good day and good evening, because that's the time where I am. Welcome to Tea Time with Caetsu Chaiji, which is me, but you can just call me Kai. On this stream, we talk a little bit about everything or nothing Final Fantasy XIV. Very much about what we decide to talk about. Maybe you have a question about something, always welcome to do that. And then we'll try to discuss it. Sometimes we test things on these streams even. We also review some clips posted by all of you. And if you would like to post a clip of your own to these streams, you can do so on the Discord community server, where there is the stream, the clip review channel or room where you can do so. There's also a ton of other stuff on the server, but that is one thing. I try my best to only review clips if the person who actually posted the clip is actually here, but do make sure that you're only posting clips that you know that you are allowed to post. Like, don't go, oh, I want you to react to this random video someone else posted, and not having asked if it is okay for people to watch or react to the video. I don't want to be that guy. Also, I'm glad you said so, Rada. I do want to mention that the Discord link is in the description of most, if not all, of my videos, and it is also on the YouTube channel itself. Like, if you go into the channel and click the there's like that little initial description of the channel. If you click on that, there's like links. One of them should be the Discord link. So if you ever lose it again or need it again, it should be there for future reference. With that said, hey Archibuster, hey Kitsu, hey Wool, hey Rara, hey Sharo, hey Cole, hey Ymir, hey Coco, hey Yaradel, hey Vyek, hey Gazel, and hey Ham. I hope you're all doing very well. What is your request, Ymir? Which is better, pirate treasure or pie? Bit of both, maybe? Hey Gleaming and hey Lux, hope you're doing well as well. What is your request, Ymir? You have some time issues. Pie? I vote pie. When you say time issues, do you mean like that you have to go real soon? I can try. The thing is, I know specifically that there's actually 2 clips for Ymir this time, because we actually have like a little partnership going on here. We have a clip posted by Ymir who's healing Gazel, and we have a clip recorded by Gazel healing Ymir. You have to go at 19. What time is it at your place now? Is it 17? I'll keep that in mind, Ymir. If you have to go at 19, then if I haven't gotten to yours in time for that, then, and of course when I mean in time for that, not super helpful if I start on it at 19, right? But I'll keep it in mind. Is that all right? Gazel says, for context, technically speaking, my clip happened first, then Ymir's. In that case, I should probably do it in that order. That would probably make more sense. Also, yeah, looks, I play, my main is on Louis Soir, and my alt is on Alpha. So I am on both of the European data centers. We definitely don't want you listening to Kai's comments while driving. Use charge! Use onslaught. Sprint more. Just Ymir just breakneck rushing through the streets. But we actually have a lot of clips. Which is why it is somewhat significant to ask if Um, if you can have like a as we say in Denmark, a front pocket, and get a little bit ahead if you have to go. Hey Bob, hope you're doing well. Lux says, what is your opinion on Chaos Dead Party Finder? It is what it is. Unfortunately, there's not anything we can do about it at this point. It is up to the developers to, like, the only real solution to this problem is if they made Party Finder region-wide. I actually have a video in the works about this particular subject. But yeah, ultimately, the result that one of the data centers would have a rather dead party finder is entirely expected and predictable. We should have known. Or rather, honestly, the development team kinda should have known that that would happen as a result of data center travel. And should have prepared for that. But it's always easy to be smart in hindsight, right? As I think I explained on the Discord server yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the problem that causes this isn't exclusive to Final Fantasy XIV. It isn't even exclusive to Party Finder in Final Fantasy XIV. World of Warcraft had the same problem with faction imbalance. The moment that there was like a majority on one specific faction that were raiding, more and more people moved because it was the winning move to do that. Like, viewing it as a game, because it is a game, but the winning move is to join the winning faction, especially in a PvE environment. So, oh, thank you for the super chat, Emir. Emir votes for thighs, Coco. So there. Thank you so much. But the problem is that once you have this majority, you can't, like, as a developer, you can't fix this by, like, if you just make the smaller faction stronger, then people are just going to be mad that you made the stronger the smaller faction stronger. Yes, if you leave it like that long enough, people will move, but the way that's going to go is not like this. It's going to happen like this. Like, then everyone who's on the winning faction to win will just move all at once. So that doesn't solve the problem either. So in World of Warcraft, the solution was that you can just join cross-faction now. Like, you can actually just have an orc and a human on in the same raid. That is a thing. For queuing, not as much, but for, like, statics, you could say, like coordinated groups, you can. That solves the problem. That removes the barrier. In Final Fantasy XIV, we had the same problem with PvP. In Frontline, it used to be the case that when you queued for Frontline, if you were a Maelstrom player, like your Grand Company was Maelstrom, and you queued for Frontline, you would always represent Maelstrom. And I know at least that on some servers, Maelstrom was the winner team. Like, that was the one that the PvPers tended to join, which meant that Maelstrom won more. It might have been a universal thing, but it was at least one thing on certain servers. And the point is that one of the three Grand Companies became the winning team, which means that the winning move, if you're a PvP player, was to switch to Maelstrom or to Immortals or to Twin Adders, depending on which faction was winning in PvP. And you may realize that in Frontline now, when you queue for Frontline, you just land on a team. Basically same problem as the faction imbalance in World of Warcraft. So basically the same solution. Remove the barrier, make it so that everyone's equal. There is no difference. You're all in the same bucket. Removes the problem. Which means that the only solution to the dead party finder problem, which is a problem on Chaos in EU and and it is also the case for every data center except Ether in NA, to my knowledge, the only solution is region-wide party finder. Also, Gazel says Square Enix actually made changes to the Alliance Roulette a surprisingly short amount of time after I made a video about it that got quite a lot of views, relative to the views I normally get. So maybe if I make such a video on this subject and really talk about region-wide party finder enough, maybe they'll add that. Or maybe it'll be like how they made changes to the Alliance Raid Roulette, and they made specifically the they actually made, I just want to say that the solution that the Alliance Raid Roulette got was specifically a solution that I, in broad terms, said was a bad idea. But they technically did something. They did more than nothing, but they did the thing that I said was a bad idea. Basically forced people to not be able to cheese the item level thing. That you're forcing people to do the content. So people are now incentivized to not unlock the content in the first place. From an in-character perspective, Maelstrom being full of tryhards makes sense to me. Yar! Hey Needlemere, I feel like it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. And thank you, Lux. I appreciate that. See, Gleaming says, one of the things that stopped me from playing WoW was the whole faction system. I don't want elements of my gameplay to be decided by how my character looks. You see, this is actually a really good point, because it's not even about faction in this case. When you say it like that, you said, I don't want elements of my gameplay to be decided by how my character looks. You might think it boils down to faction, but in World of Warcraft there are racials, right? Which means that there is a best race to choose for a specific class or a specific situation. There was a specific case in Legion, in the expansion Legion, where there was a boss mechanic that was so brutally difficult for classes that didn't have like a dash forward, like, you know, something like this, you know, this. If your class didn't have access to that, then the easiest way to deal with the mechanic was to pay for a race change and be a goblin, which of course meant that all the tryhards had to be Horde. Not a big deal, because apparently most of them were anyway, but now they had to be goblins. It of course isn't always that simple, but point is that you actually had to choose a specific race to optimize your class. And yeah, indeed, as Gazel says, this was also a thing in Final Fantasy XI, and in some degree it used to be a thing in 14. Also, hey Liv, hope you're doing well. And Brontom. Time says, so the worst viable solution for unbalanced party finder would be removing party finder for all but one data center per region. I mean, technically that would be a solution. Like, if you open party finder on Chaos, it just shows you like a sign that says, "Go to light for this." I mean, if they cannot make a like a region-wide party finder, they could do something like having a specific like bonus data center that you have to go to queue for stuff, like a lobby, you could say. But that would also really suck, because by that logic you wouldn't be able to do anything while you're in the lobby and waiting for people or something like that. But they could do something else than what is currently being done. But yeah, that is the big problem with Party Finder, is that this was bound to happen, and it doesn't take much. It does not take much, and it's like the reason why I say that it's I usually relate it to winner team joining. I know that some of you might say what do you mean winner team? There's no losers or winners here. There's just like trying our best, right? Like it's not PvP in this case. But it's the same as winner team joining. You're joining the group of people who have it best is what's really happening, right? And one of the most recent examples you can see of this is every time World of Warcraft has opened like classic servers of some kind, the PvP servers, like people are joining them like, oh yes, now we're going to have some world PvP, and hopefully we'll have like an even battle, right? There's going to be about equal amounts of both factions. But if you let the players decide, what they're going to do is they're not going to join a server where their faction is like outnumbered, which means that if you can figure out which of the bigger PvP servers has 51% Alliance players and 49% Horde players, as opposed to 50-50, the Alliance players will join that one. And then the Horde players will join an equally 51% Horde and 49 Alliance. And you can probably see where this is going. That 51-49 becomes a 55-45. Then it becomes a 60-40. And eventually the faction imbalance becomes so great that the smaller faction gradually starts leaving, which means that it, like, you don't even have to add more people to the winning faction, because the losing faction is just going to leave. They're just going to go over to the server where they are in, like, where they are winning, which leads to this hilarious situation where you have most of the PvP servers on like classic World of Warcraft. There are like a majority of them is like 100% Alliance or 100% Horde. Like the normal servers might have a more equal balance, but the PvP ones are like just one faction, because there's no reason to join the one where you're losing if you can choose the one where you're winning. Like, why would you ever choose anything else, right? It makes sense. Like, logically speaking, it's the winning move. Oh, there's Orion. They're putting out 2 DPS jobs in Dawn Trail. They can't have a lobby. Yeah, exactly, Brontom. As I said, the only solution that would work for certain in Final Fantasy XIV would be if they just make the party finder region-wide, so that there isn't a light party finder and a chaos party finder. If they just make it EU party finder, then that would work. How would that work server-wise? I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, based on observations of games and situations where we have seen solutions that worked, that would work. Like, that would solve the problem. Because the solution to this problem is remove the problem. Like, that, like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but that is the solution, is remove the problem, because you can't fix it. They need that for all party finders anyways, not just PvP. Well, of course, they need it for party finder. You have to remember, Brontom, this is party finder. This is duty finder. Duty finder isn't dead. Party finder is having a rough time, though. But yeah, if they made it region-wide and in general, that would be fine. I think like, I can't see if there's I can't see if there would be a major problem in doing this, unless, like, because the thing is, when you enter a duty of some sort, you actually go to like an instance produced on a server, which means that, and this has happened like on expansion launch and things like that, where you try to queue for something, and like, you might have seen sometimes that the queue, like the window will say reserving server or something like that. That can sometimes be something that the game actually gets stuck on. Like, if there are no server space left for a duty, then you can't make one. So if the duties are held on separate machines from the data center machines, then I don't see a problem with there being region-wide duty finder, right? Like if the servers can communicate a little bit more, then maybe that could work. But the thing is, that's very easy for me to say. I'm not the one who has to make it, right? I'm just sitting here coming up with ideas, and it's always easy to be the idea guy. The only reason why I'm saying region-wide party finder is because I genuinely have no other solution for that one. And the potential snowball effect of this problem is if everyone has to go to, just to focus it for a moment in EU, if everyone has to go to light to join for stuff, then it means that it doesn't matter what you put on chaos. There's nothing you can do that will make chaos more enticing if what light has is players. The problem there is that there's a reason we have 2 data centers. There isn't space for everyone on light. But if everyone wants to be on light because they have the people, then this is going to be like a gradually worse and worse effect. Imagine, just for a moment, consider if we had worldwide data center travel. Why should we put up our party finder groups on light? We just all congregate over to Ether. Everyone just congregates over to Ether to put up our party finders. There's hundreds and hundreds of party finder groups. But you don't even know if you can probably play together because half of the groups are EU and half of the groups are NA, and there's latency problems. But there's a reason why, because I don't think Ether would be able to contain that many players, right? It wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. So yeah, we're kind of talking about the dynamist problem, Neflarian, like sort of indirectly. But yeah, I don't know. But if they could make region-wide party finder, it would already be a huge upgrade and improvement to this imbalance. Gazel says there's the same problem on mana. You mainly only have to deal with this problem if you use the party finder a lot. If you are in a static, you don't have to go anywhere. If you don't use the party finder system at all, you don't have to deal with this problem. But if you are someone who regularly uses party finder, it becomes a problem. Brontom says I don't have to deal with this mainly. I'm on the primal data center. Well, have you ever taken, I don't know how bad the problem is there, but have you ever taken a moment to do this, at whatever time you play? Just do this. Just open this menu. You can see this is very barren. Even on a Thursday in EU evening, start of the evening, I feel like this is pretty bad. But I mean, usually people start doing the savage raids and stuff in a few hours, so this isn't as bad as it had to be. But do this, then log out data center travel to Ether, and just when you're in, do this again, and see the difference. According to some people, yeah, see, VX says, for comparison, there are 82 party finder groups on light right now. There's 15 here. There's 15. And the same problem should be on the NA region as well, where there's very little. But if you go to Ether, that's where everyone are. And if you're used to seeing this amount, if you're used to seeing this, then this doesn't look weird. But if you see how big the difference is on the other data center, then this suddenly might look bad. I found a tool the other day that can allow you to like glance at the party finder groups across data centers, like just on a website. But it like saves some of them for a while, so it isn't perfectly accurate. With that said, let me find it nonetheless. Whoops. So you can already see a problem when I pull it over here, right? I pull this over here. It says that Chaos has 37 things, but it had 15, right? But then again, VX said there were like 82 on Light. But there's actually 161 according to this. You can see here that the Ether, by the same measure, should have twice as many as Primal at this time, like in the morning on a Thursday. And Dynamis has nothing, and Crystal has slightly less. Like, you can still see that there's a significant difference here. I don't know how accurate this is. As I said, it's clearly not accurate, but it gives you an idea because the relative difference is somewhat the same. So what I'm saying is, just because you have a decent amount of party finder groups, it could be better, which is how they get you. This is how they get you, Bronto. The moment that you see, oh, there's like way more on Ether, then you'll just start doing your party finder there if it's something you care about. And yeah, exactly as Neflarian says, it's specifically that if you want to raid, if you specifically want to raid, then you would go to Ether. But as I said, that website that I showed there, it seems somewhat inaccurate. It keeps party finder groups in the list for a while. I don't know how long, but as you could see, there was over twice as many listings as there actually are at the time. But yeah, that's the thing, is that this is how it happens, is that it starts with, oh, if you want to raid, you go here. Then it becomes, well, the people are there because the raiders are there. Then it becomes like, well, if you want to do content in general, you go there because that's where everyone are. Like, it's one step at a time. The reason why it isn't as widespread of a problem in Final Fantasy XIV is because there's a huge amount of players that don't care about, like, hardcore raiding, so they don't have to deal with this. But if you are in, like, the space where you are interested in this, then you will notice gradually that your specific data center might gradually, like, fizzle out, relatively speaking. And once this optimization is discovered, like with so many other things, like the 2-minute burst, it's really difficult to break it and get rid of it. And the only way we can solve this, we can't solve this actually, like, just to be clear. It's not something we, the players, can solve because one person can't do it. We need developer intervention. Basically, they have to do something to force this to not work. Like, they have to do something that makes it so that you cannot just all clump together on Light or on Ether. Either that, or make it not the winning move. Like, if there's region-wide party finder, then you have no reason to go to Light or Ether. Like, that's ultimately the solution to the problem, is either make it so that you can't do that, or make it so that you wouldn't want to do that. Like, it's the same as, I've talked about this before, rotations where you can see that there are clear guardrails on jobs that are like, well, if only I could do X, then I could do slightly more damage, and it's very clear that the reason why you can't do that is because if you could, it would lead to a very unfun playstyle. Like, a very simple example is, imagine if you could use Infuriate while not in combat. Then you would, like, in a coordinated group, you would use Infuriate twice, put a 2-minute pull timer, and then deal with it from there, which is not very fun. So the game, like the developers, have put up a guardrail and said, you can't do that because we know you would. Similar to how they could make, like, that if they make some sort of prevention so that you can't use Party Finder somehow, you can't do it on Ether, like on Light or Ether if you're from Chaos or somewhere else, then that would deter people from doing that because they can't. But the counter to that is, of course, then you just move your character to be at home on Light or on Ether, which is worse. Like, that would make things even worse if they did that, which is why the ultimate solution is just the equivalent of saying, oh, you can't handle Infuriate, so you just don't get to have it. And there are two ways that can go. Either they make region-wide Party Finder so it's no longer an issue, or they remove Party Finder, which is not going to happen. Hopefully. Hopefully not going to happen. What do you mean by that, Traverse? That sounds concerning. Is that something that can happen? You have a meeting get cancelled, and then it could come back. By the way, I have seen your message, Kit, so... yeah, I've told him in-game. He has seen it. Never mind. That is really weird. Tales from Party Finder would die, so I think it would be a win. Well, you have to remember, Ymir, that Tales from Party Finder could just focus on the Tales from Duty Finder. Or they could just make up all of the stories from the old days. Remove Party Finder and force everyone to use shout chat in some random servers in Limsa. Oh boy. Oh, the Gasol suggestion is also very good. That is also very good. There's just like an army of people standing at the Pandemonium like LFGP9S. Shouting their item level, shouting their scores, like their passes and stuff. Just spamming to make sure their message is the most recent. Also, hey Xavius, hope you're doing well. I am hoping that one day we might get even worldwide data center travel, but my entire point about this discussion about region-wide Party Finder is that I think that region-wide Party Finder is crucially important right now, and by extension, if we ever were to get worldwide data center travel, that would need to be including a worldwide Party Finder. Otherwise, we have the same problem. Could you imagine? Everyone just going to Ether. Everyone going to Ether. There's just droves and droves of people. Although, actually what would happen is, as Gazel says, you would just suddenly be met with there's no more space. There is no more space. Ether supremacy. It is rough. There's not that much we can, there's not much we can do about it, and what I mean by that is what it would take to fix this on Chaos is every time a person from Chaos wants to use the Party Finder and had the thought, should I go to Light instead? They have to deliberately choose not to. and stay on Chaos and recruit members here. They have to start that. But one person isn't enough. We need a lot of people to do that, because we need the balance to be even, so that people stop going to light. Basically, the raiding community on Chaos has decided that the new standard is to just go to light. And you need them to, like, you need to make it so that it is no longer a winning move to do that. Like, that's ultimately what you would have to do. But one person can't do that. 10 people can't do that. 100 people can't do that. 1,000 people can't do that. You need a lot of people. Maybe 1,000 people could do that, actually, now that I think about it. 1,000 raiders? Do we have 1,000 raiders on Chaos? We might. Well, they're on light right now, but maybe we had. Become what you must. You must become the warrior of Chaos. But yeah, that's the reason why we would have, like, why that would be the only thing we could do, because the only weapon we have to fix this problem with is community. The developers have the opportunity to just make the party finder better. Like, that would solve the problem as well. The only way we could combat this is if there was a tool like the one I showed before, where you could just access and see all of the party finder groups. If the gold standard became to just have, like, a website that tracks the party finders across all data centers, then you would be able to see, like, where everyone are, and then you wouldn't have to go anywhere. But that has to, like, that is something that people would have to adopt. It reminds me of, I don't know if this actually stuck around, but I can't remember if it was at the start of this raid tier or, like, at some point in the second raid tier, but there was this time frame where there was this new thing with using this website to store your strategy, so you could, like, just paste a link to your group and say, this is the strategy we do, and have it, like, way more detailed, like, than, like, I don't know, like a macro, right? Way more detailed than that. But I believe that's kind of died down, because there was a huge problem in that it just added an extra step. Why couldn't you just say, like, a shorthand for the strat you're using? Do you need the link? And then also all console players would have a huge amount of trouble clicking the link, because they would, like, have to sit there and write it. So, like, I think that died out. I don't know. Right now I'm on Chaos, so you can probably imagine that it's only so good. I just want to highlight, while we're at it, that this is the data center party finder. So this is all of Chaos. This is party finder on Louisoix. I just wanted to highlight that. This is party finder POV Louisoix. There's nothing. At 5:30 in the evening, no one has posted a party finder for anything on Louisoix. Not a thing. Isn't that incredible? Also, hey, companions errors, don't worry about it. It's not obvious. Like, as I said before, the moment you realize that the reason why there's not very many party finder groups is because they moved, then you know, but it's not obvious when you're here. You would just go, oh, it's weird, I feel like the game is dying, right? That's what you would see. It says, I'm more than sure no one would change the servers if they were following Kai. We have small lizard on Chaos and a small guy on light. Kai is everywhere. Well, see, that's the thing, is that from my perspective, if I'm doing content where, like, I can just make my own group, if I am streaming, right? If I'm streaming and I open a party finder group, there's a reasonable chance that you just come to me, right? So it wouldn't be very fair. And also that, Matthew, if you're on Light, you would just go, oh, there's plenty. By and MC says Luis is known for Limsa, and I'm part of it. I don't know. I've seen there's a weird community in Limsa on most servers. So I feel like you're making that one, trying to make that one the truth. Because I've actually, like, the funny thing is I've heard multiple servers be called the weird one with Limsa in EU. There doesn't have to be a EU Balmung. There doesn't have to be one. It's not like the Lich King. Let's see if Femboy Zudo says, even having a worldwide party finder doesn't address the fact that people are gonna be drawn to where stronger communities are. So underpopulated data centers are still gonna struggle without massive incentives. That's true, but let's say you have worldwide party finder. You put together your group from the comfort of your own home, right? Like on your home server. Once you have your group in order, you would probably have to like meet on a in a specific data center. Who decides that? Who knows, right? That one would be something we would have to take later down the line. But I mean, if you're making a party finder worldwide, you would probably just go, we're EU or we're NA, and then you maybe the leader just says, well, I'm from Chaos, so we're doing this on Chaos, so you all have to come to Chaos, which would make sense. So it wouldn't be too bad, but you're right in the way that data centers that are already small wouldn't fare very well in a worldwide version of the game like this. Like, it's not like Oceanic players would suddenly have more people to play with necessarily, because that would just mean they go back to the original problem, which was latency issues. Oh yeah, you can play with a ton of people, but you have to play on Light or Chaos or any of the like Primal or Ether or Crystal or whatever. So now you have latency issues back. But you have players, like more players is the key word here, right? So the latency issue is a separate thing, but I think that the cloud test demonstrated that that actually helped a lot. So, you know, it might get better. Typer says, I was really counting on data center agnostic instance matchmaking among continental centers being a box feature of Dawntrail. Hopefully. Hopefully, we will get the region-wide party finder at least. We're all EU Balmung. What if joining a party in duty-centric party finder initiated a transfer of your characters to the host's home data center? See, you could do that as well. Also, hey again, Orion. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Haru says, have you ever played Wipe Sumo game mode? What is that? I have no idea what that is. Wow. Incredible. Wow. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Very good. Incredible. Right. But, in summary... Wow, Haru. But in summary, the problem is that people will fluctuate to where the people are, so the only real solution is region-wide party finder, or something that hasn't been done before, I guess. And if we ever get worldwide data center travel, then this problem would just expand to... Now you have to have worldwide party finder, right? Like now region-wide isn't good enough. Like, you actually, like, it's the same problem, it's just now it's everywhere. Which is why I would actually think that region-wide party finder would be a higher priority than worldwide data center travel. Specifically because unless you are on one of the more populated data centers, like in this case Ether or Light, like if you are on those already, there can possibly be no problem with, you know, party finder. The problem is being able to visit other data centers, because you have no reason to visit your region. You're already in the best place, right? But you could visit new people if you could go over the pond, right? As long as we don't have worldwide travel, we don't need worldwide party finder. True. That would actually be really weird if we didn't have worldwide travel, but we did have worldwide party finder. That would be really, really weird. It's just that, well, there. Oh, you need a group for P9S? Well, there is a group over on Mana. Oh, you can't access that? Should have rolled on Mana. Your mistake. There's also the point, as Gazel mentioned earlier, that if we had worldwide data center travel, then the Japanese players probably wouldn't go over to Ether. They would probably just all do as they already are and go to Mana. With that said, we actually have a lot of clips posted this week. Or not even this week. We just have a lot to catch up on. We also have some repeats that I haven't had the opportunity to present with the person there. But we do have a bunch of things. So as usual, I prioritize the clips posted by people who are in the chat. And we have some from Gazel, some from Ymir, some from Sharo, some from, oh, let's see, Veliro. That was Sergeant Blaine, and Viek, and Yesu, and Cole, and more Viek, and Murphy. We also have more from Blaine, and some from Jet, which we haven't seen in a while. Eventually, I'll probably just say, well, I guess they didn't come back, but I'll keep it for now. Also, hey, Res and Salatum, hope you're doing well. World Party Finder, so I wouldn't have to make an EU alt. Well, you would need World Party Finder and also World Data Center Travel, right? May I ask a question? Of course. You're very welcome to ask a question. Right. In regards to the reviews, Ymir specifically requested that maybe we can do that first, so I'll do that. And then I know that Cole is still here. And this one is a specific review one. Cole wanted some advice for their tanking. And then there's, of course, I know Viek is here. And we'll go from there. There are two clips because Ymir and Gazel had a little bit of a switch where like they swapped tanking and healing for each other. Gazel's has to be first. I know. And then the question from, let's see, from Gazel was, I believe... Wait, I don't have to scroll up that far. Gazel specifically said, I'm looking for tips on dealing with the rework Living Dead and general suggestions since I was kind of greeting on ether flows. Right. The item, did you have a question? Riz just finished Stormblood MSQ. Congratulations! Now you just have 2 more. Do it again twice, unless you're on free trial. Question is, do I need to do all the extreme unlocks for the old trials and unlock all the old raids and also unlock trials and raids in Heavensward? No, you don't. You don't. All extremes, and all Savage content is optional. entirely optional. The only exception to this is that each ultimate, which is like even harder content, is locked behind completing a specific savage encounter. But the trials, the extreme trials and savage raids are entirely optional. Normal raids are also entirely optional and can be done in any order. Unless a trial is part of the MSQ, you don't have to do it. Ever. And in some capacity, you can choose which order you want to do them in. So you don't have to do all that. In fact, there's no reason, like, if you see a quest is like, oh, you have to do an extreme in this one, you can just not do it. Like, you can just go, I'll do that later, and just leave without doing it. Like, that is absolutely an opportunity. This is a very multilingual stream. Chat in English, guys computer in Danish, Castle's UI in Japanese. Oh, true. Mr. Worldwide. Data center travel. Yeah, Thalitum. Basically, the only things, like the only otherwise optional content at level 50 that you would have to do is that there is the Crystal Tower Alliance raid. You have to do that one. But that's it. That's it. Otherwise, you can just do the MSQ. Like, unless the MSQ says you have to do something, then you don't have to do it. For the most part. I still do recommend doing your job quests. Right, so... this is, of course, Lunar Subterrane. Garzel is playing. And Yumi is tanking. So the general question is there anything we do better? Garzel mentioned feeling like they were reading a little bit hard on ether flows, which is, you know, is not unusual. But I'll try my best to give some general advice. Greeting on ether flows is probably more of a problem on big AoE packs in a dungeon than it would be on a boss, unless something really bad happens. Doing a coaching Q&A about content and clearing might be a great video format. What do you mean, Brontome? Isn't that kind of what we're doing? Isn't that exactly what we're doing? I thought that was what I was doing, at least. I greeted on near the end of the first boss. Ah. Right then. Oh, but did you mean great video format as in do that as a video instead of a stream? For videos and not just streams. Well, I could do that as well. That is a pretty good point. Thank you. He's a living Deadpool, was it? Let me just, oh yeah, that's true. Let me just rewind that so we get it from the start. I'm just trying to figure out, because I can see, and you can probably also see over here, that someone said something about dead. That is, Ymia, warning, I'm going to use Living Dead. Also, hey Chester, hope you're doing well. So Garzel already knows it's going to happen. Garzel also acknowledges that Living Dead is going to be used. So now we know Ymia is going to use Living Dead, which probably means that Ymia is not going to be using any other defensive cooldowns until Living Dead has to be used. Which makes sense. That is a weird choice. I would probably have, like, if I wanted to use TBN, I would probably have used TBN earlier than this. But that is technically, you can do that. I would probably have used that sooner, Ymia. If you're going to use TBN, just use it earlier instead of using it right before you I think when you use TBN, that was when you should have used Living Dead. In my opinion. So like you just went, oh, I should use a cooldown here, and then instead of using the one that you said you would, you use TBN. Let's see. So here's TBN. And at this point, I don't know if Gazel is panicking or just decided to do something. But I can see that Gazel used Seraph here. No need to do that. Walking Dead is active from Ymir. This means that Ymir cannot die and will heal for a lot the instant that Ymir attacks. So that happens right there. Now, and this is actually the crucial point that I feel like a lot of Dark Knights completely forget about, and I'm not saying Ymir or Gazel is making a mistake yet, but the thing that Dark Knights tend to forget about is if you use Living Dead, then you die. The moment that you fully heal by attacking the big AoE pack, the moment you do that, you're no longer healing, which means now Ymir is at full health, cannot die, but if Ymir goes to 1 HP, then Gazel can't do anything about it, because Gazel is a scholar and not a white mage, right? So, I'm not saying that anyone made a mistake here, but in general, the moment that healing, that Living Dead has turned into Undead Rebirth, the tank is no longer very much benefiting from being invulnerable, is what I'm saying. Because if you go back down to 1 HP, then the barrier healer is just going to go, well, I tried my best, and then you die. Because the barrier healer can't fix that. Which means that, and this is really backwards and really weird, but this means that if you're going to use Living Dead in this way, an optimization you can make in two different directions is if you are communicating with your healer, you can choose to do nothing once Walking Dead activates. So like the gray hourglass is just there, and then when it hits like 4 or 3 seconds, you're still at 1 HP. You attack and then just go whoom, up to full HP, because that will actually give the same effect as a warrior using Holmgang, and then using Bloodwetting just as it's about to end. The alternative is once you attack and it turns into Undead Rebirth, you should probably use Shadow Wall or TPA or anything else. But once it's Undead Rebirth, your healer doesn't really care that you can't die anymore. Because if you go back down to 1 HP, you're going to die unless it's like a white mage or an astrologian who's ready for it. So like, not saying that Ymir or Gazel made any mistakes here, but I will actually say that if Gazel had used Seraph when Undead Rebirth appeared, I would probably not have commented. Like I would not have said, "Oh, you didn't have to do that." I would have just said, "Oh, that makes sense," because Living Dead is technically over now, as far as a barrier healer is concerned. And yeah, exactly, Neflarian. That's the general idea. If the Dark Knight says, I'm going to use Living Dead, then don't heal them until it has turned at least into Walking Dead. Preferably don't heal them until you have to, basically. But once it's Undead Rebirth, it might as well be nothing, because the Dark Knight shouldn't drop back down again after that. This is TVN. Also, hey Grau, hope you're doing well. Chester said, hit the like button, y'all. Help him out. Thank you. Appreciate it. mean, it's complicated. There's a reason why TBN, like, well, Living Dead is considered the weirdest, like, invulnerability, because it's really, really awkward. It's really complicated to use well. But as we can see here, actually, just take it here. Undead Rebirth was used. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 2 seconds later, Rampart is up. So Yumiya actually did exactly as I suggested. Use a defensive cooldown. Undead Rebirth, it doesn't really count for anything. So yeah, perfect. But yeah, my suggestion for Gazel in this particular scenario is, Gazel said that I pressed Seraph too early. I would have suggested use it once Undead Rebirth appears. That would be the adjustment I would have recommended there. But the key thing here is no one died. I think that pull went pretty well. In fact, Gazel stepped out of the pull with full ether flow. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, right? I'm doing well as well, Ground. Thank you. So there's usually not much to say about these bosses, but the question is whether you needed to sit on all of your ether flow here. That's the main thing. Where's the TBN there? In retrospect, yeah, Yumiya should probably have used that, but I believe Yumiya used TBN just like a second before they used Living Dead, so maybe it was on cooldown, and then by the time it was available, the pack was dead. Didn't look like much bad happened here. Greeted at the end of this boss. Where's the greed? Where greed? There's chain strategy. And where greed? Huh? I feel like that was pretty reasonable. You have ether flow ready. So here we go again with another pull. I'm guessing if Yumiya is going to use Living Dead again, it's going to be either during or after the second boss. At the end I failed and used Indom unnecessarily. Ah. That's unlucky. It's the last pull, right. So the reason why I can, like, I can go, oh, it's probably then, is because Living Dead having a 5-minute cooldown means that it would take a really long boss fight on the first boss to let Living Dead be available here. Also, Gazel, as usual, being very, very good at actually getting Seraph used, which is something that I'm not great at by comparison. Ryan says, I'm still so bad at the second boss of this dungeon. It's not easy. I actually want to say, so I was going through old forgotten dungeons for a future video, and the second boss in St. Mokianis Arboretum Hard has this exact mechanic with the pillars and everything, but in that boss version, there's not a crazy ant doing random cross-sections of line AoEs. And in fact, the golems doing the line AoEs on the sides are there visibly an eternity beforehand. Like, you can see it coming from a mile away. And that's a Stormblood dungeon. An optional Stormblood dungeon, mind you. But it's the same mechanic, just easier. So it's not surprising that this would be harder, because it's a more complicated mechanic. Right? Like, it's literally same mechanic, but then also this on top. Like, they just added the random cross AoEs and the pillars are less obvious. What happened to the bed stuck on the wall? Did Sip remove the bed stuck on the wall? Sip! Did you remove the bed? Where bed? History repeats itself. Yeah. There's actually a lot of these kinds of things where it's like, oh, there's an old dungeon that has this exact mechanic. The tornadoes in Criterion, Alo Alo Island, you know, the Criterion dungeon, the tornadoes pushing you around, they're from Neverreap, a level 60 dungeon. So those are not new either. Hey Kinval, hope you're doing well. I feel like that went really well. Nice. Level 60 dungeon that I imagine not many people have in their arsenal. Probably true. Very, very likely. I will say that when I was queuing for these weird forgotten dungeons, I ran into people that watched the channel like at least a quarter of the time. So apparently there are a lot of people watching this channel specifically doing these dungeons. I thought that was pretty funny. Let me just rewind this. Did I miss something? Just be absolutely sure I got it from the start. And TBN. Okay, there's TBN. Other than that, I don't really have very much to say on this. So there we have Expedient. That's very nice. Like this is a great time for Expedient, actually. Because it's such a long run. And here we have Living Dead. Actually, I see in the chat, you can't see it, but it's actually Kiving Dead in this particular case. I'm just kidding. So we have the same situation. Gazel's best move, the tank said, I'm going to use my invuln. So Gazel basically just is a DPS bot now, right? There's the TBN again. I would still say just use it earlier. Like, use it a little bit earlier. And there was Abyssal Drain, I think. That's pretty smart. And there's Living Dead. So, just to reiterate, and I see that Gazel is doing the same thing again. So this is something that I've said before. There's no reason for me to go, oh, you made the same mistake twice. You didn't have a chance to learn my advice in the dungeon, obviously. So I'm just going to reiterate, I would recommend using Summon Seraph once you see Undead Rebirth. But this is fine. Like, you didn't know that. You had a plan. As Gazel specifically said, I have a plan. Like, I was going to use it for Walking Dead. So like, there's at least it was planned to do this. It was intentional, which is why I'm saying, wait for Undead Rebirth. So then Ymir goes full health. And because Ymir got full health so incredibly quickly, it's probably not a problem. Now, Ymir should probably use a defensive cooldown. There's Rampart, there's TBN, very nice. Probably would have used Rampart a little bit sooner myself, but it's fine. It's a little bit chaotic with Dark Knight. Kinval says, I did not know you also streamed, at least not until a few moments ago when I watched your 10k subs video. Oh, well, I'm glad to have you now. I stream 3 times a week, actually. There's if you go to like the community tab on the channel, I post like a weekly schedule where you can see what's happening. You can also go on the Discord community server. There should be a link in the description. And there's also a link on the channel itself, where you will also find the weekly schedule if you like. You can like see all of the links. Like if you want to catch the streams and you've missed them, then that would be a way to make sure you don't miss them. I'm glad to have you now. By the way, Sip, I see you're in the chat now. Did you remove the bed in the wall in my house? I don't know if I'm missing something aside from the Living Dead stuff, Gazel, but I don't feel like you did anything like bad. Dip says, yes, I did remove the bed in the wall. Would you like me to place it back? I mean, the bed in the wall was there for a reason. I would like a thing in the wall because of the weirdness and hilarity of having it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly there or exactly like that. Oh look, new video. I know you were the one who placed it. Can't be the only one thinking of Zenbon Sakura when the boss does that attack. Which attack? Which attack? Wow, new Caetsu Chaiji video. Let's watch it. One with the 2 rows of spikes. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Probably me just not getting the reference. Let's see, Gazel says, back at that point, somehow I mistakenly assumed the buff after Walking Dead is straight up not take damage. Oh yeah, that would have been nice, wouldn't it? If it just made it so you don't take damage? That would be incredibly handy. That's fine, Sip. I can also just move something else around. I have other random junk myself. But yeah, just to reiterate on the TBN thing, just in general for everyone. And yeah, I know I've gone over this a million times at this point. The Living Dead buff, which is the colored hourglass, means the Dark Knight wants to die. It's muffin time, okay? It wants to die. Let them. The gray hourglass means that the Dark Knight is fine, as long as there's things to attack. The Undead Rebirth, so the red rays icon, means that technically the Dark Knight can't die, but they don't have anything to help you deal with that if they do drop back down to 1 HP. So if you're the healer and you're a barrier healer, then you probably don't have any good tools either. And if you're a pure healer, you might, but ultimately, if you're the healer, the Undead Rebirth is mostly whatever, because you probably don't want the Dark Knight to go down again. And if you're the Dark Knight, when you have Undead Rebirth, it might be an idea to use a defensive cooldown. It's weirdly... very weird. I can't... like that's the best I can say. It's really weird to play around because it feels so backwards. Like, all of the other tanks, when you use your invuln, you're safe for 10 seconds. For Dark Knight, you're safe until you get healed, actually. It's really, really weird. Companion Sarah says, I decided at some point to leave the side quests for the side jobs. I mean, optional side quests are okay for XP. You probably need to mash through the dialogue to get like a decent XP per hour from it. Let's see, Gazel says, I didn't do many immediate healing after many raid-wide attacks. Also switched to Fey Illumination instead of Sacred Soil for boss raid-wides, which I started to do recently. That's fine. Like, if you don't need the bigger, like the ether flow buttons, you don't have to use them. And actually, if there's like, you're suggesting that you don't immediately heal after many raid wides, is actually like, if you're the only healer, that is mostly a good idea. If you know the fight well enough, that you know, well, the boss isn't going to hurt anyone for a while, then you don't have to do anything. Like, this is why, like, I've talked about this briefly before, but on Sage, you can move your Cardia around. I know, insane. Why would you do that? Just put it on the tank now. But if you know that the tank is fine, and that DPS player is kind of low, and nothing bad's happening for a while, you just, just scoot that Cardia over to the DPS, and then you don't have to use anything. The main reason why Sage doesn't have very much incentive to do this is because, unlike Scholar, Sage has no reason to sit on their Adder Skull. They just go, Ryukoli, problem solved. But if you want to stockpile your Adder Skull for any reason, that would be a way to save some, right? Like, that would be a way to do it. And Neflarian, I mostly do that as well. If I'm playing Paladin, I usually don't need to use Hallowed Ground. Usually. If I'm playing Warrior, I usually don't have to use Holmgang. If I'm playing Gunbreaker, I usually don't have to use Super Bolide. Sometimes on Dark Knight, I actually do have to use Living Dead. But not always. But having it when you need it is quite handy if you don't need it to maximize your pulls normally, right? I saw the 2 DPS were PvE mentors, so I was expecting or wishing less avoidable damage. Yeah, yeah, we can always hope. Right, so here we have Ymir healing Gysahl on Dark Knight in Lapis Manalis. My guess, if Gysahl is using Living Dead, that's happening on the big AoE pull after this. But I don't know if Gysahl's going to do that. Ymir says I'm not a good healer. We'll figure that one out when we get there. A suggestion that you might find helpful for your own sake when you're playing Astrologian specifically is to put focus on your tank. Unless you've changed the keybind for that, the default is Shift F, I'm pretty sure. Put focus on your target. The reason why that is even remotely relevant is because you can always see the HP percentage, or you can set it so you can see the HP percentage of your focus target. If you do, then you can see when your tank is below the magical 30% to maximize the value of essential dignity. What's a keybind? Are focus targets edible? Often, because they're usually alive. Hey, HTK Gaming, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope you've had a decent move over to Final Fantasy XIV from WoW. I originally came from WoW myself as well, but it has been years. Everything is edible. I mean, there's that story about the guy that ate a plane, a small plane, over a long time, but... Can't use your cards, right? Well, you got one of each sign, so that's a pretty good start. I mean, placing down Earthly Star a bit in advance is a pretty good idea, pretty good default. Oh. Gysahl actually also announced that they're using Living Dead, but there's nothing to see because of the placement of the chat log. A suggestion. Actually, no, that would be a bad suggestion. I was going to say maybe you should move around the enemy list and the party list, but because you're a clicker, you mean it's actually better that your party list is closer to where your mouse is, which is down here. Yeah. But yeah, Gysahl actually announced using Living Dead. Gysahl also did this thing with... let me just rewind that to get it from the start. We have Earthly Star, that's very good. Gysahl has did announce Living Dead. Gazel also has this thing with using Living Dead just before they drop low. I would still say if you're going to use TBN, did I say Living Dead? I meant TBN if I did. Using TBN just before you drop low. If you're going to use TBN, just use it sooner. Also, welcome back to the Cult of the Pink, Major Clanger. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the return of the emotes. See. Yeah, exactly, HTK. It's exactly that. You don't have nearly as much of a I have to do everything kind of deal in Final Fantasy XIV. Florian says a few minutes ago I was reminded of your insane pulls video, and I have to point out you missed the pull between the first and second boss of Drowned City of Scala. Yes, I did. You know, that's fair. That's fair. I'm pretty sure I didn't include that in the first video either. So, you know, that's fair. There's a lot of people that said I forgot Mount Gulg and Holminster Switch, but those are in the first video. But I don't think I included Drowned City of Scala. But that is actually a pretty rough pull. That is true. That's fair. Rez says I'm trying to get my fishing to 70 for ocean fishing. I mean, you can level your fishing in ocean fishing. Who knows? Maybe you're lucky. Gazel said I had absolutely no idea how to Living Dead pull, so I tried to do what I saw Ymir do. Oh boy. I'm glad to hear that, Major Clanger. Thank you. Yeah, my suggestion is if you're going to use TBN anyway, I would recommend using it like... let me just rewind. I'll say exactly when I would click TBN, okay? I might not be the smartest person on this subject as well. Like, maybe someone else will say, no, that's actually there's a good reason why I don't do it at that point. But if you're going to use Living Dead, TBN is going to break anyway. So you're basically just managing to postpone the time where you have to use Living Dead by like 1, 2, or 3 seconds. So, place down Earthly Start, right? And now, TBN. And then you use TBN like a GCD later. That's fine. Like, looking it back, you only like delayed it by a GCD. Maybe you were busy casting something else at that time. But like, that was the moment that I would probably have considered using TBN. I'm also a little bit surprised by how much damage you took in the next 2 seconds. But then you had TBN breaks. Oh my god! Wow. Wow, look at that. The nerves of steel. And an additional second passes. Gazel is hit an additional time by something. Is that saying 2,000? Like, the HP bar is actually empty. How? How even? That's like when you're playing those like Dance Dance Revolution games and it's like perfect. That's insane. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that. I would probably had like used it like here, maybe. Maybe when you hit to 18,000, but I will say that you dropped from 18 to 9,000 within like single-digit frames. It looked like so. That might, like, maybe the reason why this happened was because, like, it took a while for you to drop low, but that there was scary. Gazel says I had so many times that Living Dead didn't work, so I tried to delay it as much as possible. Usually for me, when Living Dead ends up not working, let me just pause because I think there's something to talk about here. Usually when Living Dead ends up not working, it's because you don't have coordinated with the healer. either A, the healer doesn't know what it means that you're using Living Dead, or B, you didn't actually say that you're going to use it. Or C, you're some idiot live streamer and decides in the middle of the poll to announce that you're probably going to use Living Dead, maybe. And I'm saying that because I'm pretty sure I've done that like 2 or 3 times on Small Kai already. Gazel says I didn't say it in chat before this. I'm assuming you mean I didn't say it in previous attempts, because I do see you said it here. I've never done that. Nope, couldn't be me. Yeah, if only. Now, I'll own that. That is I did that. That was me. I'm that streamer. And yeah, exactly. That is, as Neflarian says, you might just get sniped by a snapshot. That the game just goes, no, I'm pretty sure on my sheet here it says that you died. And then you just go like, Living Dead! Blah. But yeah, the thing that I want to, just want to highlight here is, and now use a defensive cooldown. And the reason why, because here's the thing, this wasn't very clear in the previous footage because Ymir didn't take like a huge amount of damage immediately after, but Gazel then takes a good 20% of the HP in damage, then another 20%. And I think, was that Abyssal Drain? And then Rampart came out when Undead Rebirth ended. As Gazel said earlier, assumed that Undead Rebirth meant that they were safe. So it's like the way that Gazel played around it makes sense with their understanding of the action. But I do recommend use a defensive cooldown when you see Undead Rebirth. It's also complicated because Ymir is playing a pure healer here. Ymir might actually have the power to just heal Gazel up when Undead Rebirth ends, right? Like, this might just be something that a pure healer can do. A white mage would easily be able to do that, and Astrologian absolutely can too. Depending on the timing of Living Dead and Earthly Star, there could have even been a combo where Earthly Star pops like 2 or 3 seconds before Undead Rebirth ends, and then suddenly Ymir didn't have to do anything, and Gazel didn't have to do anything, and it just worked. Getting snapshotted through Invuln is the Gunbreaker special. Yeah, I wonder how that happens. Specifically, I've heard people say that it happens that they press it, drop to 1 HP, and then die. Like, even though they weren't in danger of dying. I really don't know how that happens. Gazel says here, I think I should have turned the boss sideways. Let's see. You have a Dragoon. So let's start with that. And I do realize that I'm more focusing on the tank we're looking at rather than the healer that we're actually reviewing. But I will say that as far as I know, both Ymir and Gazel are pretty fine as healers. Like, very good as healers. Gazel is a healer main, as far as I know, and Ymir usually does fine. The things that would be interesting to watch for here is, just to take the general rundown, in regards to playing the cards, right, which Ymir said before they don't know how to do. You're looking at this. It's a little bit hard to see on the quality, but you're looking at these 3, and then you're looking at this. If this sign isn't on this list, then you redraw if you can. If it is on this list, I should say. If this sign is on the list, you redraw. If it is not on the list, you play. That's it. That's it. If you can't redraw because you drew one you already have, which can happen, then you play, of course. But that's it. And then the only other thing than that is if the outline of the card, which you can see here that it's like slightly purplish, if it's purple, play it on the range DPS. If it's blue, play it on the melee DPS. If you don't have a range DPS, play it on the melee DPS. If you don't have a melee DPS, play it on the tank. And if you already have one on the tank, play it on the range DPS. That's it. Matthew says, wait, does snapshotting cause death through super actually happen? I have never seen it. Which is why I'm saying it sounds weird. I'm guessing that it's the Benediction Hallowed Ground problem. But if someone says that they've done it from like full HP and then died because of latency, then like I would say I would love to see it on camera. But if they say that's what happened, then the best we can do is take their word for it, right? Right, so what Gazel said, I think I should have been tanking turned the boss sideways. No reason to turn it sideways, but there is one really neat trick that I use, especially if I have a melee DPS in my group. I don't know if this is like actually real, but I've never seen the stampedes come here or here. Like the last like a few yawns of the arena is completely off the table. The stampede will not come there. So if you just scoot your butt up there in the corner and make it so that the boss is facing that way, like north from here, so that would mean west, then the stampede will not come to the edge, which means that the Dragoon is safe to get their positionals. They just have to get up real close to the boss. I've never seen it happen. And I usually just do that. Like, I usually move the boss during as the first stampede comes. And the Flaren says it's never the first time. So that's probably the reason. That you just have to move once the first stampede has started. So that would be my recommendation. Which also matches with the ground is already shaking. The stampede is already coming. So you could just scoot up to the corner there. And you'd be fine. And the main reason why I do this is because that's the best way. Like, just slowly scooting the boss up in a corner means that the DPS can follow slowly behind without the boss like jerking around the arena to like dodge the stampedes. And because you have to like reverse out of the way, you don't have very much space there, which is why you get like forced to turn the boss. But I don't think, like, other than that, I don't think I have any reason to have the boss sideways. Like, it's more so because it gives the DPS easier space to get their positionals with the stampede. Like, here, the Dragoon does not have space to get their back positionals safely. But then again, they could just use True North. Like, they could just use True North. And see, Ymir gets the redraw correct, from what I can see. And the question is playing it. Something that is worth considering, and this is something that sometimes can catch people... can catch people playing Astrologian in a weird spot, is you might not want to do card bursts in a dungeon context. The rest of your group might not have coordinated their raid buffs with you anyway, and you're going to get 3 cards. There are exactly 3 players you want to play those cards on. So, like, metering them out might be nicer. That also gives you better space to heal, so you don't land in a situation where the Dragoon almost dies because they get hit by something. Like, card burst is fine. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it, but I'm also saying that in a dungeon context, I don't think that it's a mistake to not use to not use card bursts. Like, that's more what I'm saying, is that it's not that huge of a benefit to use. So that's probably fine. Oh, this is always awkward. When your tank is near death and there's only a few mobs left, you don't want to use anything, but you kind of maybe want to use something. Hopefully it'll be fine. Here we have a big pull. A tip that I could give is... And this is actually in relation to card bursts. Let me rewind that real quick for that. I know Ymir is not going to do a card burst, but I do see divination, which is usually an indicator that you're going to. use card burst, right? That is usually the indicator. But the reason why you might not actually have the time to do it is because Astrologian finds the time to do the card burst in a dungeon by planting healing beforehand. Like putting down Earthly Star, that pops naturally in the middle of the fight to give the tank a big heal. You use Exaltation, that helps with healing up after the initial swings from the mobs. If you put up Horoscope, Swift Cast, Aspected Helios, then the improved Horoscope will last like 30 seconds, which means that you can just call that when you need it, which is, I mean, it's like an Afflatus Rapture of healing. It's pretty good. It's decent. It's not massive, but it's okay. And you can use it easily while doing your card burst, or you can just let it tick out and it'll heal just the same. But the entire idea is this with like preparing your tank beforehand so you don't need to do anything while the pull is actually underway. You can also use Macrocosmos, as you said. That is also an option, but maybe you don't want to use all of it in the same pull. I'm personally terrible about using Macrocosmos. I really just forget about it all the time. I know Aradel is pretty good about using Macrocosmos. I see it used a lot. I don't know if it's always used optimally, but here's the thing about cooldowns that are rather long. If you don't use them, then they might as well not exist, so using them okay-ish is actually way better than not using them, because you just keep waiting for the good time. Just eat the cards. Gazel says, my mitigation during trash pulls usually seem to be a bit late than what I'm supposed or wanted to use. Says, White Mage Lilies are great for that. Yeah, if you have lilies left, you could use that while the pack is getting wrapped up. Also, hey wafers, hope you're doing well. So, let's take that. While Gazel was pulling, Ymir could have used Horoscope, Swiftcast, Aspected Helios. The reason why I'm saying that is because Ymir was close enough that it would have hit. That is not always true. You could also have drawn your Minor Arcana during that time. I feel like the TBN from Gazel came out at the right time. Rampart came out at the right time. The one thing that I would have done differently I would have added to Gazel's pull here, and this is something that I've started doing, I mentioned that, is that I would have used also Reprisal or Arm's Length right here. Now, the reason why I would do that is because I will not need Arm's Length or Reprisal for the rest of this pull. I will not need it, so I'll just use it to deal with the majority of this pack here. They'll do even less damage, and they will still be able to break the TBN, because the TBN is only big enough to survive like one hit from all of the mobs, and then they're slowed by Arm's Length after that. This also helps because pure healers, in my opinion, tend to benefit a lot more from front-loading your defensive cooldowns. Pure healers are more likely to be a lot more occupied with bursting at the start of a pull. They can help you when you drop low, when you go like start running on fumes in terms of defensive cooldowns. Like, you can deal with it, or they can deal with it. Barrier healers prefer that the defensive cooldowns are meted out a bit more. So like, for example, specifically here, and I know I've paused, maybe Gazel does all these things in just a moment, but if you go TBN, Rampart, Arm's Length, then you have like, so you're reducing the damage by 20% and about 17%. Combine those two, it's like a third, something like that, close to. Then later, or in a different pull, use Shadow Wall and Reprisal. You're reducing the damage by like 35%, something like that. So it's about the same. But if your healer's a barrier healer, they would probably prefer that you first take 30% less or 20% less, and then also again take like 20 or 30% less. So like, you start with Rampart or Shadow Wall, and then when those run out, you use Oblation and Arm's Length, or Oblation and Reprisal. I'm not saying that this is the best way to do things. I'm just saying that means that you can use these cooldowns that usually go forgotten by like adding them to your arsenal while it's like while you're doing a bit more. Cole, why are you specifically suggesting using arm's length while running? Gazel says I was going for the evening out anyway, outway. That's fair, and that's also fair because the thing is, I don't think Ymir was going for the big mega burst at the start of the fight anyway, so it's probably fine. Let me just rewind just a moment. Did you use? I mean, that's true, Cole, but isn't it a massive waste if you could have used arm's length a moment into the, like, a moment before you start bursting, and then all of the melee mobs would also be slowed? Because the key thing here is that it slows attack speed. So it makes the enemy swing slower. That's what I would recommend, is that you get it on everything. Just eat the mobs. I think you should play Blue Mage. You get both. I mean, arm's length lasts like 6 seconds. That's why I'm like, you probably have to use it right when you need it. And now I feel like I missed what I was looking for. So we have Rampart. Disappeared because of a buff limit. That is. There's no reprisal. It's fine. Oblation comes up. That's a good idea. There's reprisal. Then, you know what? That's actually pretty good. Very nice. I think you can use TBN now. Use TBN there. It's fine. I think you could have used it a few seconds sooner, but it's fine. And we can also see the pure healer mega burst of healing. I don't know if there's anything. Is there anything that specifically happened in this fight, Ymir, Gazel? Because I feel like usually not very much happens. Nothing happened, okay. Neflarian says, when I play White Mage, Benediction is the only cooldown I struggle to find a place to use because I try to not let anyone in my party go or stay below 50% HP for too long. Yes, so the problem there is that to get the most out of Benediction in a dungeon context, you typically have to force it. That makes sense? You kind of have to force it. Usually White Mage mains, or at... there's 2 Dooms. I mean, that is a little interesting, but you dealt with it very nicely. You could have used Essential Dignity for those, but it's probably fine. For the Benediction thing, in a dungeon, you usually have to force it unless the tank is, like, in trouble. And what I mean by force it is like how a Dark Knight goes, I'm going to use Living Dead. And then you just don't help them, and just let them drop low. Honestly, a White Mage kinda should do the same thing and go, I'm going to use Benediction, because the tank is going to have the same feeling of, is the healer sleeping? And just slowly withering away, right? But like, it's just not common that people do that, right? Gazel has announced Living Dead. I'll just pause here to explain my thing about Benediction. The reason why you have to force it is because to get the most out of Benediction, you typically have to wait for the tank to be like below 30% HP or even below 20%. Like, you have to do that clutch that Gazel did right at the start of the dungeon, which is scary. But And this is the same thing as with the invuln thing. You probably don't need it. Like, you might not need it. Matthew adds you could also just use benediction as if it was an extra tetragrammaton, and that's also a way to do it. Just if someone drops to 50%, benediction. But it's a little bit like invulnerabilities where you kind of have to force the issue to make it good. But you don't have to use it. Like, White Mage has so much healing that they probably don't need it. But using benediction well might let you attack a bit more, which is the key difference between tanks and healers, in that the tank not using their invuln is probably because they didn't need it, but the White Mage not using benediction might mean they're missing out on some damage. Wafer says, I usually use arm's length and reprisal at the end of a pull. I hear that people use arm's length while they are pulling too. It's a bit varied. The reason why I've started to use arm's length or reprisal on top of a bigger cooldown near the start of, like, when you've finished pulling all the mobs up is because fights don't last that long. Like, if I'm playing warrior, I'll use bloodwetting extra early. I've talked about that in my video about the healer's perspective of tanks. Because the fight isn't going to last long enough for it to matter. Then, when bloodwetting is over, I can use vengeance and reprisal. Because when reprisal ends, I'll use bloodwetting again. And then the mobs are dead. So why would I use save arm's length for after that bloodwetting? If I'm playing paladin, it's the same idea. By the time I get, like, I go down the list of my really good cooldowns, at some point I reach arm's length and reprisal with, like, nothing to hit me. So that's the reason why I've suggested, like, front-loading these cooldowns a bit more. I'm not saying that it's wrong to sit on them, wafers. I'm just saying that's the reason why I've started recommending front-loading them, because it's free. Like, if you're never going to need reprisal and arm's length in those pulls anyway, then there's no reason to plan for that eventuality where the fights take 15 seconds longer than expected. Because it's usually just the leftover mobs. How close was it this time? I have seen Emia says I have to leave very soon. I think this might be the last really interesting thing. So, first one is Gazel used TPN earlier. That's good. That's a good thing. Still greeting a little too hard on Living Dead, in my opinion, but it's fine. You didn't die. And then we have Undead Rebirth. Now the question is, how long does it take before defensive cooldown is used? 3, 4, 5, 6. And I can't actually see. There's TBN at least. The problem is I can't actually see. It's 8 seconds. So I think Rampart was used at like 3 seconds left or so. See, that went well as well. If Laren says I pair arm's length with TBN or Shiltron, it's like my second set of cooldowns during a pull. Yeah, that's also like, that's the thing I would also recommend. As I said earlier, if you're playing with a pure healer, they might prefer you front-loading your cooldowns a bit more, because they have more stuff going on, like Presence of Mind, card bursts at the very top of a fight. While a barrier healer usually don't, so they don't mind. But they would prefer that you're stable, because their healing is very predictable. Like, they're healing you a little bit all the time. Oh, that was close. Mia says, I pulled the boss because I have to tank it. Oh no. Gatzel says, I used quite a lot of unmanned here during mechanics. If you used it while you couldn't safely get close to the boss, that's fine. Like, when he's scooting about the arena, that's pretty common. Like, what else would you do? Like, you can't chase him. At least not safely. Oh. You could have put... That's fair. You could have put down Earthly Star before you did Collective Unconscious, but that's fine. Cognat Zorn of Vespa can't hurt you. That's also true, as Chelsea says, with a white mage, what you should do can also depend because of the stuns. It's complicated in that regard. Yeah, overall, I think you both did really, like, pretty fine. As you saw, there's no one died. Also, Archiebuster with the doom-saying dwarf. We're doomed! Twice! Thank you, Mia, and good luck with the driver stuff, or driver's license stuff. Like, overall, everything went well, so there's not really much to say there. Mostly, it's like some cooldowns could have been used. Part of the reason when I was talking about like using arm's length and reprisal more aggressively is if you save reprisal and arm's length for like as like your third big set of cooldowns, in my experience, what have happened for me for like months, if not over a year, is that those cooldowns just sit there, right? Whereas if I'm using them together with something else, which seems excessive but is actually quite reasonable, then it feels more like you have all of your cooldowns spinning, right? It's the same as with a healer. If you're not using certain healing options and then you have to use Cure 2 or Benefic 2 or add Loquium or your Creation Diagnosis because you're not using the rest of your toolkit, right? You could have done something and you could have gained damage from it. From the tank's perspective, it is a little bit more complicated than that, because when the tank is taking less damage, it's not the tank who gets more damage reduction, or it gets more DPS out of it. It's the healer. Like, if you're taking less damage, it means sometimes that your healer gets more damage. This can apply for everyone, but the least likely of the healers to actually gain something from you taking even less damage is like the Sage, because Sage is insanely overpowered, honestly, in a dungeon. Like, it's actually, like, I know it sounds a little bit ridiculous, but Sage at times feel like the easy mode in dungeons the same way that Warrior is. It's absolutely insane, which means that if your Sage is already fine, then you don't need to do anything more, because the Sage doesn't gain anything. If they're not using your Creation Diagnosis on you in the middle of a pull, then you're fine, probably. Meanwhile, the Scholar will appreciate you taking less damage, because then they can use Ether Flows for damage. The White Mage will appreciate you taking less damage, because then they don't have to interrupt spamming Holy. They will even just throw all their lilies out the window so they can open every pull with a Flatus Misery. Just like a small nuke. And the Astrologian, while they don't get that much damage, they will have less problems with playing their cards. Because they don't get interrupted with, oh, I also have to use Essential Dignity on the tank. So, like, there's a reason to minimize the damage you take, even though you're like, well, I'm fine. The healer's not complaining. No, things are good, but they could be better, is what I'm saying. Aiden says, I usually pair Reprisal or Arm's Length with Rampart on my 30%. And see, that's also what I suggested. I specifically recommend that you pair Arm's Length with Rampart and Reprisal with your 30%. There's two reasons for that. The first one is that Reprisal, being the weaker of the two, means that you pair that with a stronger, bigger cooldown. Arm's Length is the stronger of the two, so you pair that with the weaker of the bigger cooldowns. The second reason is if you do this universally with all tanks, you will find that Arm's Length doesn't work if you have Vengeance up. It literally doesn't work. Vengeance will interrupt the possibility of Arm's Length applying its slow to enemies. You can only counterattack with one thing on enemies, so Vengeance takes priority over Arm's Length. Like, you can use, like, you can do this and have both buffs, but the slowing effect of Arm's Length doesn't work if Vengeance is up. So that's why I recommend pair Vengeance or any other 30% with Reprisal. Pair Rampart with Arm's Length. Because then you're certain that you don't make this mistake. I learned this fun fact somewhat recently myself, and then I tested it. It's coming in a Mythbuster video sometime in the future. You can get the slow after it falls off, though. Vengeance lasts 2.5 times longer than Arm's Length. So it's unlikely that this would happen. But you're right. If Vengeance runs out and you then use Arm's Length, that could work. Can you eat the slow? Very weird. I'm pretty sure that it's just by design, and it also explains why Blue Mage has 3 different counterattacks, and all 3 of them are like, don't use them with the other 2, because obviously it wouldn't work. Oh, that's what you meant. Sorry, Chelsea. That's what you meant. That's fair. And that also makes sense. Like, that also checks out with my suggestion that, like, with Dark Knight, you could combine Oblation with Reprisal or Arm's Length. And in that case, maybe you're using Arm's Length as the 30% is running out. Hey, Pog says, Warrior Sage for Criterion Savage is the only way to be. I think it's fine, because most of Criterion Savage, like the majority, is more about bosses, I think. Right, so Chelsea mentioned the thing with White Mage and stuns. The difficult part with White Mages is that you would prefer that you don't have a defensive cooldown running when they're stunning, right? That is something probably everyone can agree on here. But sometimes the White Mage prefers that the tank is, and I'm not saying it as in like something that I've talked with a lot of White Mages about, but more like something that I've observed White Mages actually do, and that actually has led me I mainly play Warrior as a tank. I will use Bloodwetting early with a White Mage healer. And there's a really specific reason for that. And that reason is that some White Mages will not start casting Holy unless the tank is already topped up, or close to. They'll make sure you're good, then they'll attack. Like, they'll use Afflatus Solace, or maybe, like, Tetragrammaton, then they'll use Presence of Mind, and then they'll use Holy. So if you remove that obstacle by going, no, I'm good, don't heal me, they'll stun faster. But what's going to happen as a result is your defensive cooldown is going to waste, partly. And that's what's going to happen. But then again, and this is actually a really important bit that I feel like both tanks and White Mages sometimes forget. You, the tank, in this particular example, didn't plan for the mobs to get stunned for 7 seconds. You were good on defensive cooldowns without Holy, right? You were fine. It would have been fine if your healer was an Astrologian using Gravity, which, by the way, does less damage than Holy. That would have been fine. I'm pretty sure it does. Let me just check. Yep, 130 versus 150. Yep. You would have been fine without the stuns. You already planned out your defensive cooldowns. You don't need those 7 seconds. They're extra. So if you just stick to your plan, you're probably still fine, especially if you're a warrior. Last I checked, the general consensus is that the warrior doesn't need no healer, right? So you don't need the stun. So just, like, you can just play like it isn't there if you like. Like, sure, if the enemies are stunned anyway, there's no reason to use Shadow Wall or Vengeance. You can wait until the stun drops off, but you probably didn't need those 7 seconds, so you don't have to play around them if it's such a big deal. But you can, is what I'm saying. You can. And using like a short defensive, Chelsea says this too, using a short defensive to make sure to stabilize yourself so that the white mage feels confident you'll be fine is very helpful. Like, this circles back to something I've talked about a lot of times before, that using extra defensives, healing extra amounts as a warrior or whatever it is, these things are more about making sure that the healer realizes that you're fine. It's not about whether you think you're fine, it's about whether the healer thinks you're fine. And the reason why it's about whether your healer thinks you're fine is because if your healer thinks you're not fine, they'll use cooldowns on you that you didn't need or want. And if they run out of those, they're going to cast Cure 2, which you don't want. Like, that's what we're doing. Like, that's what we're doing. If you're a warrior, your main objective in using your defensive cooldowns, if you know that you don't need the healer to help you, if you can tell them and they listen when you say, I don't need you to heal me, then that's fine. But a lot of healers will just ignore that or don't pay attention to that. They don't care. The best way you can communicate wordlessly to the healer that you don't need their help is by literally not needing their help. Like, by being so safe that they're like, he's full health. He's full health. I shouldn't do anything. Alright, enjoy your day. And thank you for checking in. Yeah, that's really the thing, is that the reason why you want to use Bloodwetting extra early as a warrior is because then the healer never thinks, oh, maybe I should help him. It never comes to that. The reason why you use your defensive cooldowns aggressively like that is specifically for that. And the reason why I'm focusing on warrior here is because the other 3 tanks tends to not be so greedy with their cooldowns. It's usually warriors and bloodwetting. But yes, it's more about making sure that the healer knows that you're fine than whether you know that you're fine. Because the healer doesn't know you. But yeah, I'm glad that the weird fun fact about arm's length was something that it wasn't just me who didn't know that. Because it was something that I believe someone mentioned on one of my Final Fantasy XIV Mythbuster videos. Someone was just like, did you know? Or maybe they even mentioned it on the healer, the tanks from a healer perspective video. But I specifically remember just reading it and being like, wait, really? Huh. And like just going over it and was like, well, it makes sense that it wouldn't work. I can't imagine that they came to this conclusion without seeing it in action. And then I went and tested it myself, and sure enough. And it makes perfect sense with what else we can see, like the blue mage interaction, where it only has one of them active at a time, at most. Kai needs to wear a beret and have a walrus mustache when he does Mythbuster videos. Well, I thought I had already nailed the fake red hair. I'd say it's important to tell your healer that you press your buttons. I mean, yes. The reason why we don't always do that is because saying I'm using Bloodwetting is like... I would almost be more concerned if my tank was warning me they were using things like TBN than if they just wordlessly did it. Like, yes, I'd hope you would. Hopefully you're using Bloodwetting. Like, if they're requesting something of me when I'm healing, that's a completely different story. If they're like, I'm not going to use any cooldowns until I'm near death, however, I will use Bloodwetting. Like, something like that. That's a different story. Like, there's this one time where I was doing Academia and Ida, where the warrior was like, don't, like, please let me die, I'm going to use Holmgang. So he dropped to like 10% HP, and I was sitting there as a sage, like, I could do something. But he said, don't help me. So I'm not. And then he uses Holmgang, and I'm sitting there with him at 1 HP. That's fine. But I stop being fine with it when Holmgang reaches like 3 seconds. So I'm like, is he going to heal in time? And then it says 2, 1, Bloodwetting appears, he heals to full as Holmgang ends. And I'm just sitting there like, I would, like, if he hadn't said anything, this wouldn't have been allowed. Like, I would not have let this happen. That was a required request, because I would not have let him drop that low. I would have spam healed him and kept him alive. Despite feeling like I can't keep up with this, I would have just been his active, like his mitigation, if that's what it takes. But he said what he needed to say, and it worked. I'm glad to hear that, Kinrao, by the way. Viek clarified. No, not writing in the chat, just pressing your buttons and letting your healer know that way. That is a very good point. And this is actually something that I've talked about before, and this actually circles back exactly to the bloodwetting thing. It sounds insanely ridiculous to use bloodwetting like almost instantly when the pack has been pulled. But the thing is, usually as you round up all the mobs, you will have lost like 10 or 20% of your HP, unless the healer has like prepared you with a barrier or a regen or something. You will have lost some HP. So bloodwetting isn't going completely to waste. By using bloodwetting like that, you indicate this is like, the pull has finished, I'm starting to kill things, and when I'm done with pulling, I use bloodwetting. So the healer can plan for that. The white mage can't do very much. They'll be like, well, good on you, but I'm still stunning the mobs, so there. But a sage can, for example, go, well, in that case, I'm not giving you Haima or Kerakoli. I'll keep that for when bloodwetting ends. So you don't have to do as much. An astrologian can just go, oh, well, he's doing all that, so I'll just light speed and do my card burst stuff. The scholar can go, well, if he's doing that, then I might not need all of my ether flow. Like, maybe I can just energy drain it up, because the tank clearly knows to aggressively use their healing. He'll probably use equilibrium when he needs it. Things like that, right? And you can almost say, like, you kind of say all this by using bloodwetting at a specific time instead of as a reaction to something. By using it as a reaction to something, it means that your healer doesn't know when that happens. They don't know if the reason why you used bloodwetting when you were at 50% HP was because you just remembered that bloodwetting exists, and you'll forget again for the next pull. I have had warriors like that, by the way. Or you used it because you wait until you're at 50%. By using it at a predictable time, it means your healer can plan around it. It's the same thing with Sage, actually. Sages, I recommend, like, when your tank reaches a standstill, Kerakoli Haima, or Kerakoli Panheimer, something like that. And then when Kerakoli runs out, Fiercest Taruholi. When that runs out, Kerakoli again. This is extremely predictable, and your tank, if they're paying any kind of attention, will be like, oh, that Sage is doing the exact same thing every time. And if you're doing the same thing every time, then they can plan around it. They can be like, well, I mean, Jaime is pretty big, so, and Kerakoli on top of it, I might not need both Vengeance and Reprisal. I'll keep Vengeance, I'll keep Reprisal for something a bit later. If at all. Right, like, maybe you don't need anything, but you now know, oh, I don't need to go full blast at the start, because the Sage is doing stuff. A about predictability, and it works both with tanks and healers. There's just a thing that some healers are reactive, especially White Mage and Astrologian. Somewhat Sage in a way. Somewhat Scholar in a way, sorry. And tanks can also be somewhat reactive, but they're mostly proactive. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. And hey, not Reliance, hope you're doing well as well. And hey Kenny. Kenny says, should I level as DPS for my first character? If you want to. You can play any role you want on your first character. Choose what strikes your fancy. Just keep in mind that you might have more responsibilities as a tank or a healer. It's a bit more significant that you're you're paying attention as these roles. But if you think that sounds like fun, play them. There's nothing bad about playing tank or healer as your first. Remember, we all started somewhere, and someone had to be the first tank and the first healer, right? So someone had to tank for someone first. Play whichever one you want. Not Reliance says, when I play Warrior in Dungeons, I never get a good use out of Bloodwedding. I always see big heals popped on me when I use it. I think most healers don't understand it. I see, this is actually a really good point. Another reason why there's no reason to sit and wait with Bloodwedding until you're low HP. Because when you reach 50%, what happens is... Who was it that said that? Was it Neflarian that said that? Yeah. Then Neflarian, the White Mage, says, oh, you're dropping low, and then they'll use Afflatus Solace on you because you're dying, as far as they know. But you just used Bloodwedding. But Neflarian used Afflatus Solace in the same moment that you used Bloodwedding. So the White Mage didn't get to see you use Bloodwedding, and you didn't get to see them use Afflatus Solace. So there's that's part of the reason why there's no point in just non-communication trying to drop low. Say something, right? Communicate. That is the key thing. As Waver says, communication through buffs is a chat move. If you don't tell your healer what you're doing, then do something that is predictable. And dropping low is not predictable because it's reactive. Not Reliances, but I can't explain every healer how Bloodwedding works. As I said a bit earlier, I had a run in Academia and Ida where the tank said, please let me die, I'm going to use Holmgang. That he didn't explain to me what that means, he just said he basically said don't heal me. In the most aggressive fashion. The thing is, I know what Holmgang is, and I knew what he was going to do. Because I also play Warrior. But that's the thing, not Reliance. The problem is that you have to play to the average healer. And as I said in my the healer's perspective of tanks, it's better to get a weak Bloodwedding than to just sit there and let the healer do all the work, because you're waiting until you're below 50% before you use Bloodwedding. There's also the part that sages don't lose anything from healing you, so they'll just heal you anyway. Scholars have tools they can use to heal you without losing anything, so they might heal you anyway. Astrologians have tools to heal you that don't cost them that much, so they might just heal you anyway. In fact, they have actions like Earthly Star that just incidentally heals you. And White Mages might choose to heal you to access Afflatus Misery. Like, they're just throwing a Lily on someone. Incidentally, you had half HP, so they wanted to heal you first, because as far as they know, it's a DPS gain for them to heal you with a Lily. And it is. So it is complicated, and that's generally why my recommendation is making sure to play in a predictable way if you can, right? Aiden says, whenever I play healer as a tank main, I usually kind of heal like my tank is a body bag instead of a specific job. I mean, recognizing what job you're party is, or party members are, can actually help you improve as a player. Those of you that were, like, I know it's a little bit ago in the stream, but when I looked at the Lapis Manalis, the first boss, the big Yeti guy, Albion, I believe his name is, Garzel said, I think I should have like tanked the boss sideways. And my observation there was, the only reason why I said yes was because you have a Dragoon in your party. If there was no melee DPS, I would have been like, who cares? Just stand where you're safe. But to make such an observation, you have to look at your party and go, okay, I have a melee DPS. That melee DPS, like, if it was a Reaper, there might be less reasons to worry about positionals, but that's maybe digging too deep. You don't know if that Reaper's bothering to use True North. You don't even know if they bother to do positionals for Gibbet and Gallows at all. But just going, you have a melee DPS, so position like you have a melee DPS. Or, I don't have a melee DPS in my group, so I can just get crazy with it. Because this boss doesn't have a frontal cone attack or something. Is helpful. Similar to how, as I said earlier, barrier healers probably appreciate a more consistent damage reduction over the course of a pull, whereas pure healers might prefer a more front-loaded one. Like, the less damage you can take in the first 8, 10, 15 seconds of a fight, the better. They'll figure out healing you once they're done bursting, if it's necessary at all. On the contrary, if you're the healer, recognizing what tank you have can help you as well. As I said before, if I'm Sage, like if I'm playing Sage, if I see the warrior use Bloodwetting early, so I know they're waiting until, like, they're using Bloodwetting first, or they might even be waiting to use Bloodwetting when they've lost some HP. Like, if I see that happen when I'm doing my usual cooldown rotation as a Sage, if I realize that that's what they're doing, I'm more likely to go, okay, well, I know you've got this, so I'll let you have the first go. I will keep my cooldowns until you're already spent on Bloodwetting. So when you use Vengeance or Rampart or whatever, I'll come in and help. But you don't need my help for Bloodwetting, so you figure that one out. But if I don't recognize what tank what job my tank is playing, then I can't do that. But the thing is that warrior can be optimized around in a specific way. And the thing is, if your tank is a warrior and the warrior is good, you might not need to do anything. Right? Like, your optimization is, well, I can help them get a slightly easier experience, but ultimately there's nothing that I need to do. On the other end, a Dark Knight tank that isn't great will feel a lot harder to heal than any other tank. And then there's Gunbreaker and Paladin in the middle, right? Where the primary thing is that Paladin going to use Hallowed Ground on the first big AoE pull? I think that's the one thing. Yeah, I think that is the one thing. Traverses play in a predictable way. I wish more tanks did this. When healing, it's either a smooth run or I'm panicking because the tank is not using any mitigation but still pulling wall to wall. You know, Traverse, technically, the tanks not using any mitigation are also predictable. I mean, technically, they're completely predictable. Just not, like, exactly, predictably bad. Yeah, exactly, Wafers. Playing other jobs gives you a better insight into what the different jobs can do. Cat Damon says, the problem with that specific boss is whenever you feel satisfied with the positioning, he jumps to the center and right slams. That's true. The main reason why I move him in a specific way is to give the melee DPS space to positional during the stampede, pretty much. Gazel says, when I first tried tanking, it was eye-opening. It was an eye-opening experience as a healer, and I could imagine that, because it helps you a lot to understand what things, like, if you are a main healer, then it gives you a lot of insight into thinking, what would you like? your healer to do. You know that because you're a healer main. And once you've learned tanking, you can also go, I know what I would like. Then you know what you would like your tanks to do. You know that as a healer, and you know what you would like your healer to do as a tank player. So you can like adjust around it. Like that's the thing, is that when I'm like, oh, a pure healer would probably appreciate having more front-loaded cooldowns. What I'm imagining there is myself, a white mage, using Dia as I run up to the mob pack, and then presence of mind, well actually like your swift cast, holy presence of mind as eyes, and then holy spam. And I don't want to get interrupted here. Tank, you figure out keeping yourself alive, I'm busy. Or I'm imagining myself, an astrologian, you know, gravity with light speed, play card, draw card, gravity, play card, draw card, gravity. And then I also see myself, which you may have seen multiple times on stream when I have played astrologian, doing this thing where I'm like, draw card, play card, oh, essential dignity, celestial intersection, cast Benefic 2 because I'm so far behind that I have to give them everything I have. Celestial opposition, bam! And just spend everything because I didn't expect the tank to do nothing at that very moment. Or need me at that very moment. So like that's what I'm thinking when I say pure healers probably appreciate you front-loading your cooldowns. Because I would. And your barrier healer would probably appreciate you like spacing them out, because I'm trying to space out mine. So if we both go halfsies on our cooldowns, then you're fine. And yeah, that's also true, Almus. That's exactly what I was talking about earlier, that reprisal and arm's length being kept as a last resort when pulls drag on too long tends to be a problem, because pulls don't tend to drag on too long. Traverses, if they come from other games, they may see their mitigations as emergencies. This is actually interesting, because often in MMOs where tanks see their defensive cooldowns as emergencies, I'm partly basing this just on personal experience. That's usually because the tank themselves have so much self-sustain that it's not so much about how much HP you have, it's more about how scary a situation you are in. Like, you have the self-sustain to go, oh, I'm dying, press the big defensive cooldown, reset to full, and then benefit from your defensive cooldown. Like, that is a thing. See, Aiden says, if I notice my healer's dragging behind with healing and I'm falling and don't have anything to heal me up, is just popping extra mitigation a good idea? Sooner rather than later. Like, the thing is, using mitigation is increasing your effective HP pool. That is ultimately the reason why you want to use them early and often. If you have full HP, using Vengeance gives you, like, is way more valuable, because it means that you can take over 30% more damage, technically, because you reduce the damage intake. If you're going to die in 10 seconds, you use Vengeance. Now you're going to die in 14 seconds. If that's how long you have to live with full HP, then if you're down to 30%, you're going to die in 3 seconds, and that's going to turn into 4 seconds when you use Vengeance. You're still dead. So using defensive cooldowns when you realize you need them is usually a good idea. Like, rather than waiting. The reason why I say usually is because if you use a defensive cooldown that you actually needed later, then you're saving yourself in the moment, and then you're in trouble, bigger trouble even, slightly later, which is not good, right? What I mean by that is, I think we talked about this recently, if you use Vengeance and Rampart in the same big wall-to-wall pull, then you don't have anything big for the next wall-to-wall pull. So this is bad unless there is not going to be another wall-to-wall pull after this. Like, if the next thing is a boss, you're probably fine. But then again, if you're dying, then it might be better to have a rougher time with the upcoming pull than to go, well, I can't use Rampart, I already used Vengeance, and then die, right? Oh yeah, that one too, Traverse. The story about a tank that didn't use mitigation because he didn't want to do the healer's job for them. Right, there's more things that I would like to, like more clips that I would like to see, but with that, before that, I will be right back. So in the meantime, Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Mayor Clanger says, when I run into a tank that doesn't use mitigation, I don't actually know how to teach them in the chat quickly. That is a pretty common problem. I can't give you a straight answer on what to do about it. But usually, the reason why the tank isn't using mitigation is something you might be able to deduce in the moment. If they're not using mitigation because they're an idiot, then they're not going to use mitigation at all. If they are misunderstood, they're keeping their mitigation for emergencies when they're low. You can usually test this. If you just, you know, save a little bit extra, and I know that's really a big ask when you're already asked to be like healing them with no mitigation, right? But if you can save just a little extra oomph to pull them back up, see what happens if they drop below 50%. Often, they panic when they drop below that amount. And if you see them use defensive cooldowns when they drop below that amount, what I usually do if I'm in the mood to help and teach them is I'll be like, can you wait a moment after this pull? I'll actually just write in chat, hey, name, can you wait a moment? Can I ask you something? And if they're willing to learn, they will usually say yes. If they're not willing to learn, then there was no point in having the conversation anyway. and they will either say no or they will just keep pulling. If they stop, you can then tell them, can you, use a defensive cooldown when you're tanking stuff, not just when you're dying? Like, I'm using everything I have to keep you alive, but if you use your cooldowns a little bit earlier, then you get more out of them. And I've had this work. I have had this work, but the problem is you cannot teach this quickly. You need them to stop, put down knife and fork for a second, and just listen. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You need them to stop and actually, process what you're saying. And it's going to be hard to explain it to them while they're pulling, without sounding like you're the bad guy. Because you're basically questioning the way they play by saying, if you use your, if you can discover that they do have a trigger that causes them to use defensive cooldowns dropping low, then you just have to say, can you move that earlier in your schedule? Like, can you pull that to the start and not near the end? And then you're not saying that they're doing things necessarily wrong. You're suggesting a way they can do better. And the reason why this is important is because people don't tend to be the best at accepting being told they're wrong by strangers. What proof do they have that you know how to tank? You're not the tank. They're the tank, right? Sometimes doing it after the dungeon can help too, but if you're in trouble keeping them alive, then it would help to take it earlier rather than later, right? Gazel says, is they didn't want to do the healer job reportable? Can you elaborate on that? How do you mean? Oh, didn't want to do the healer's job. Well, it's complicated. Sorry, I read it wrong, guys. I think I get it now. The tank actively choosing to not play their job right. Like, them saying don't want to do the healer's job. I think, I don't know if it's something that can be punished, but technically, I don't think it's in the support desk, but it is on the general prohibited activities page on their website. Choosing to play poorly intentionally is, as far as I know, something that goes under lethargic behavior. Very fancy word for saying you're being lazy. Choosing, so this is the extremely important thing, to identify here is, if the tank is not using mitigation because they, one, don't know, they don't actually know they should, that's not reportable. They're just bad. They're not using mitigation because they're saving them for emergencies. That's, again, not reportable. They're just being bad. But if they're saying, I'm not using defensive cooldowns because I don't want to do your job for you, means that, one, they identify that defensive cooldowns would make this easier, and two, they're choosing to not do it, which means they're intentionally choosing to make the run harder for everyone else. They're intentionally slowing down the group. It's about intent. The key here is that, and this is kind of true, if you don't have a text paper trail for this, then it can be difficult to report it, which is why the intent is important to clarify. If you ask the person and they don't say anything, then you have to assume they're just bad. And that's not reportable or punishable. It's okay to suck at Final Fantasy XIV. But if they admit that the reason they're not using defensive cooldowns is because they don't want to, but they know they exist and it would help, then they're choosing to make it harder for everyone else, which is technically reportable by that logic. They're trolling, you could say. And like that, like the key here is always intent. You know, Major Clanger, I have a video that is basically called that. So why it's okay to suck at Final Fantasy XIV. But it's the same. The reason why it is important to talk with the person who is who's causing the offense is you need them to admit guilty in text. That will make it a lot easier for the GM. If you report someone who did something like, you could say physically in the game, like they were not using defensive cooldowns and they were clearly ninja pulling if it's a DPS or a healer, whatever. They're doing that. If they don't say anything, but you had, like, the only paper trail the GM has is the texts of you going, "Can you stop pulling for the tank name?" multiple times, and no response. It can be hard for the GM to determine whether whether you're just saying that or that actually happened. But if you report it and it comes up again and again, like other people report this person for ninja pulling and being a general nuisance in dungeons, then eventually there will be a reason to like go, "Hey man, I know you're avoiding getting punished by not responding, but you have to stop doing this. Like, we're not idiots." Like, that's the thing, is that if you get reported enough times, then your name appears enough times that there's a reasonable chance that multiple GMs, because they're humans, would be like, "Hey, have you seen... there's this... like, I feel like I've seen this name before." And the other guy goes, "Oh yeah, he seems to appear a lot." Like, just like the quote-unquote legendary guy that I think it's a healer or a DPS that will demand that you pull slow in dungeons. And if you don't, you'll complain and then leave. And he's done it enough times that he's like notorious on Reddit. Like, people know that guy. If you do something that people find worthy of reporting enough times, then you become notorious for the GMs. Even if they can't see what you're doing. If 20 people all point at you and go, "He's a nuisance," and messing up dungeon runs, then there has to be something there, right? And yeah, exactly, Mayor Clanger. It's typically a good idea to ask if people want advice before giving it, but this is always true. If someone is doing something in Final Fantasy XIV that you don't like, then it is always better to confront them first. The page I'm talking about with the prohibited activities also says as much. You should try to use human words first. If you can't figure out your differences in human words, then you have to bring in a moderator, essentially. And the reason why you have to do it like that is specifically because having the conversation means that you have on text in game, if things go well, or go badly, I guess, but not terribly, you will have text proof of you saying, "Hey name, can you not X?" And name then says no. Which means that they acknowledge that they're doing X, and they don't care that you don't want them to do that. That's that's evidence, right? You're basically producing evidence when you're asking the person with communication to not do it. But if they don't respond, that of course makes it harder, but you have to try. That still leaves the GM something to work with more than nothing. Also, that's a classic 11. Can you use mitigation? Don't tell me how to play, and just starts removing equipment. That would have been great. It would have been hilarious. And you just, well, that's just insane. Like, why are you removing your equipment? Trevor says tank admits to being bad at tank. You offer tips. I'm just leveling to 90 and then never touching again. And then they leave the dungeon. That seems very counterproductive. But I have seen that one. A long time ago, back in Shadowbringers, I actually heard the argument. Like, I had a black mage in Kitana Ravel that in the first pull went like full blast with, you know, triple cast and fire 4 spam and everything. And then after that, they just started swapping with Blizzard 3 and Fire 3. Like, they just did only that for the rest of the dungeon. I asked them what's happening. Like, the key thing that really confused me was that they started the dungeon playing right, and then just went, never mind, I don't feel like it after all. I don't think they responded when I asked, as far as I recall, but I had a friend who argued, and they were like a completionist who leveled all jobs to max for the sake of filling the bar. They hated Black Mage and had leveled Black Mage exclusively through Frontline, Wondrous Tales, and level 50 MSQ Roulette, so they didn't have to learn Black Mage very much to get it to max level. And they argued that maybe this person was leveling Black Mage and just didn't want to learn it. And my counter argument to that was, so why aren't they in Frontline and using Wondrous Tales and MSQ Roulette? And also, I'm pretty sure the Black Mage turned out to be level 80, so in Shadowbringers, where that was max level anyway. That is always weird when people argue that it's okay to never learn a job even though you want to level it. Like, there are other people there and you're wasting their time by being lazy. At least try, right? Try. Who says, I always advise Dancer to standard finish at the enemies instead of in the middle of nowhere. That is a good tip. I feel like I haven't needed to say that to Dancers most of the time. VX says, pay my sub, I'll play the way you want. You know, if you get that one, let's say it's the tank that says that. I've talked about this before, but if you're then the healer, what you do is your toolkit suddenly shrinks to this button. Just instantly just becomes only this. When the tank then inevitably dies, because you're not healing very much, because you need to heal a lot to keep them alive if they're not using defensive cooldowns, they will probably ask you to heal more. You say, I am. I'm literally spamming heals. Then they go, well, you could use this other heal, and you're like, well, you could use Rampart. Would be a start. And if they ask more, you're like, well, pay my sub and I'll play the way you want. Like, that's the problem with the pay my sub thing. You're not paying their sub. They're not paying yours. Enjoy gaming, Cat Damon. Well, the Sea Traverse, the way they can go about that is they can level the job without playing it through things like Wondrous Tales, and if they do Frontline, the job that you enter with is the one that gets rewarded the XP and everything. So if you just switch to a job you like in PvP, once you're inside, the job you want leveled gets the XP, which means you can level a job completely without playing it. If you want. It'll take a while, but you can. So that, like, there's no excuse for that. Like, if they don't want to learn the job, you know what? Then level it with duty support. Like, the key here is if you're playing with other human beings, at least try. And then Ermengeil? Esperance comes in and says, I got Dragoons in 90 with PvP and I have no clue how to play it. There you go. Point proven. Is Cole still here? Do we have a Cole in the chat? Yep. In that case, I will check your clip. Cole has a clip of tanking Tsukuyomi Extreme synced with Echo. And as I recall, let's see, my notes say, looking for tips on skill usage. I'll try my best. It's of course level 70 Paladin. And it's of course Tsukuyomi Extreme. It's level 70. I know the strategy somewhat, but I haven't done it synced, like, ever, as far as I recall. This is not the first pull, that's fine. Yeah, I think that that's a decent opener. Is that the stack? Isn't that a stack? Isn't that a line stack? Like an invisible line stack, I'm pretty sure. The gun? There's not much you could have done about that. Actually, I can see the see, the machinist here actually announced it was stack, and somehow you were lucky that enough people got sniped by the positioning. But yeah, there you could have used Passage of Arms. The trick there, I know this one is a little unintuitive, so that I will demonstrate. You will probably say, but how would I use Passage of Arms? I'm doing my rotation. If the line stack is actually where you are, you could do it like this. And what that does is, if this line stack happens to resolve while you're holding the shield, then you will of course block the attack and take 20% less damage. But more importantly, when you use Passage of Arms, all allies behind you take 15% less damage for 5 seconds after you let go. So if you just put up the shield and then take it away again, as long as the action resolves within 5 seconds, then your party will still benefit from this damage reduction. You could have also used Divine Veil, but maybe you don't want to use everything. It just so happened that that mechanic seemed like a really good time for Passage of Arms. I'm just mentioning this because it's a little bit obscure trick. Not everyone knows this. Wafer says, while I'm leveling Scholar, I reference videos and balance guides. I was surprised that Sacred Soil is not worth using for dungeon pulls between level 50 and 60. I think in my Scholar guide that the way that I describe it is you have to weigh the value of Sacred Soil versus Lust Rate. Lust Rate heals for 600 potency. 10% damage reduction for 15 seconds, is that more or less than healing for 600 potency? Like, that's the way you have to weigh it, and because that's really complicated, often I think people will just go, whatever, and just use Lust Rate. Veil was already used? Indeed it was. Good catch, Chelsea. Is there a double tank? There is something. Okay. Yeah, so as I said, I haven't actually done this fight synced, so I wasn't sure what this was. I'll try my best to explain the mechanics as they come up for anyone that doesn't know. As Cole says, strikes random tank, strikes random DPS, strikes random healer. The way you usually deal with this kind of mechanic is that you have the tanks stacked together. That means that both of the tanks will get hit guaranteed. Then you usually have all of the DPS or most of the DPS stacked together, typically all of them, because otherwise you're risking something. I don't recommend ever doing anything other than that. You have all of the DPS together, and then you have the healers on either side. You can also flip that and have both healers together and then have the DPS split on either side. The reason why you split them is because then it means that there's at least a chance that some people won't get hit. There are 3 hits, so if you split them up in like quarters like this, 1 quarter is not getting hit. Exactly, as Gazel says. And this is kind of the position we have here. The thing that went wrong was that one of the DPS was standing on top of a healer for some reason. It happens. Given that I'm guessing this is a clear an actual clear recording, doesn't have to be. It didn't come up as a problem. And then we have the funny intermission. Let me actually just rewind for a second for this cleave. You could have used Sheltron. You could even have used Intervention on your co-tank to just reduce the damage you're taking. However, that attack does basically no damage, so who cares? It would actually have been better to put Intervention on one of the healers. But that was one thing you could have done. And the only reason I'm like, you could use Sheltron and Intervention and things like that is because you have full Oath Gauge. Like, it's free. That is the reason. Didn't have to. I don't think there's anything special here. There is one thing that is a little special, that is a little fancy flourish, I think. And you do it. Looks like most of the group is doing it. So the trick here is that this concentrativity knocks everyone back. And by getting smacked right behind him, you're as close as possible to him. Because you actually, some of the knockback gets wasted. But as you can see, it's not really a problem. Like, that's why it's a really small flourish. Because melee DPS can get in range and time with no issue. As you saw the Dragoon did. But it might be nice. See, the healers already have the raid wide heal. Yeah, that makes sense. You did this before you knew the range on passage. I mean, that was still pretty smart. I think it was pretty nice. You did use the fact that it's a big cone behind you smartly. I think that was nice. So I will just mention this again. You specifically asked if there's anything with skill usage. If you're the main tank as a paladin, hypothetically, if you're the main tank and you have full Oath Gauge, this one, unless you know you will need Sheltron twice in quick succession in a moment, you could just use one when the boss is auto-attacking. Like, to just soften the blows a little bit. It's free. Again, you might not need it, but it's like, it's free. If you're not the main tank, you can do the same thing with Intervention. Just throw Intervention on the co-tank. Again, might not need it, but it's free. I just wanted to mention it. You could do that. It's an option in your arsenal. Oh yeah. That is really, really well done. Back in Shadowbringers, when doing this fight unsynced, that mechanic is the thing that kills groups. Wait, was it nice? Guess it was? Yep. Just in time. And the reason why this mechanic, well, this is a stack marker, we know this, but this mechanic, if one person is out of position, it doesn't matter that you have way too much HP because you're like overgeared and it's unsynced. You'll just die. It's fine. And yeah, exactly, Archibald. That was probably even worse back in Stormblood. Cold says, I'm not gonna lie, when I did this, I had intervention unlocked, but I hadn't even read the tooltip. In fairness, even at level 70, intervention's tooltip is ridiculously long. Unreasonably long. But this is of course maybe a bit much to say that now you're already home free, but generally I'm pretty sure that people agree that that meteor thing with the moon on the floor is the mechanic to watch for. You know, Archibald, that's actually more complicated than that. Let me run it down for you, and I'll do you one better, and I'll jump into level 70 content to be sure that we have the correct tooltip. The TLDR is it's Sheltron for someone else. However, I mean, I guess it's not as long as I thought it would be. I'd actually expect it to be a lot longer. The thing that makes intervention confusing is Sheltron reduces all damage by 15%. That's it. It's very simple. Intervention lasts 50% longer than Sheltron. That's one thing that makes intervention very nice. And then it gets weird. Reduces damage taken by 10% or 20% if you have Rampart or Sentinel active. For some reason. Which makes it go from, oh, that makes sense, to, wait. So should I use Rampart with intervention? Is that what I'm supposed to do? And then you might just, like, glance over the tooltip and then just go, I'll figure that out later. Zach says, side question, what is your favorite melee DPS? I really like to play Reaper and Samurai. Lucian says, have you done any extreme synced? Back in Shadowbringers, I did Diamond Weapon synced. Back when it was somewhat new. Chelsea says, wouldn't it be multiplicative? It would, but it's one buff. Normally it would be multiplicative, but because it specifically says that it increases it by an additional 10%. Means that it is 20% instead of 10. Lucian says, why don't you do the current ones? Because I'm busy doing other things. I just do content that I enjoy. And I haven't had a time to specifically sit down and do extremes. I have considered it, I just haven't. Cole says, is that how Holy Shelton works too? That one is multiplicative. But the key reason here is so Holy Sheltron says that it reduces damage by 15%. It says here. That's one effect. Then it says that it also has this effect, which is why it is an additional 15%. Or a separate 15%, which is why it is 85% times 85%. With intervention, then, it says here that it is 10%, but it also says specifically here that it is an additional 10%, which is why it is plus 10%, which means that it becomes 20%. But then it says here that, it says here that it gives you an additional separate buff that is 10%. Which is why it is then 80% times 90%. I don't know, Lucian. I can do casual content a lot more efficiently than someone who doesn't know these things. So all this knowledge isn't entirely wasted in casual content, but I get what you mean, that the newest extremes might be somewhat easy to get into. It's just that my main motivation to do difficult content is to play with friends. Like, my main motivation to play hard content is to do it with friends. And the thing is, my group I play with aren't like super into extreme content. That's kinda why I don't. Hey Sin, we were talking about how defensive cooldowns stack together, because intervention is weirdly unique. But yeah, Lucian, it's simply because I'm not, like, I think it's fun to play with the numbers and know the things, but I might not be the biggest on doing all the hard content necessarily. It's a bit like the difference between being a... Like, maybe, this is maybe a little bit overselling it, but it's a little bit the difference between, like, being a professor studying the details of how the body works when you do a marathon, and being a person who runs a marathon. I think it's interesting to know how the things work, but I'm less interested in necessarily doing all of it. But I have considered getting into it, Lucian. It's just that I've spent a lot of the time I spent on Final Fantasy XIV figuring all these things out. Like, I want you to know that those videos don't come out of thin air, right? I spent that time figuring these things out. Partly, at least. Which is also what kind of circles back to something that I talked about in yesterday's video, that having completed an ultimate doesn't mean that you know the ins and outs of how jobs work and things like that. because doing an ultimate is practical. Understanding the ins and outs of how jobs in general work is more theoretical in a way of actually understanding the details, whereas clearing an ultimate or a savage or an extreme is about execution. And I just focused on something else. But yeah, I haven't actually done an extreme in like a current extreme in a while. With Diamond Weapon, I did it because my free company wanted to do it. We went there, and it turned out that the free company wasn't capable of doing it, and I was so annoyed that we couldn't do it that I went and did it with a party finder group afterwards, just to prove to myself that it wasn't me who was the problem. Yeah, that's kind of what it was getting at, Cole, that people watch a guide, and then they have someone else explain it to them. But I hope that makes sense, Luthien. I also agree with that, Huzahu, that it is weird that intervention and Sheltron are two separate buttons. Wait, what happened there? Did we just have two people get killed? Oh. There wasn't a stack. Yeah, I imagine, if I remember correctly, that's a case of you have to remember that Darkblade is right. No, wait, she has... Isn't it? Is Darkblade always right? Right, it is. This is also one of the scary ones, because you have to both move and also deal with a circle stack that hits multiple times. And there's the Darkblade again. Nice. Wait, what? You got hit by something. Oh, right, there's the follow-up circle AoE. I had forgotten about that. Just ease the AoE. No, Agibuster, it gave a damage down. That's why it was a problem. Overall, I think the best suggestion I could give for that goal is mostly related to using intervention, maybe using Sheltron. But other than that, because you were mostly the off tank, or wasn't it even like exclusively the off tank, there wasn't really a lot of opportunities for you to like get fancy and shine through with very many of your cooldowns. Like, many of the mechanics were raid wide or something you had to dodge. So the best you could really do, as far as I could see, was mainly try and use intervention a bit more to reduce the damage your co-tank takes, or maybe someone else takes. you were using Divine Veil, you could make use of the trick with Passage of Arms that I mentioned, that it lasts 5 seconds. 5 seconds after you actually initiate it. That could be something you could make use of as well, but the deaths that were throughout the fight were, as far as I could see, not something you could have prevented. Like, for example, when 2 people died to the stack marker, I can't exactly see easily where that happened. Is it here? Nope. Whatever. When 2 people died to the stack marker because they were out of position, there was nothing you could do about that. Like, if you use cover on one of them, you die. You could have stacked with them, but the problem was that they were not in the stack. So if you had moved, the stack marker could have hit someone else. The problem was that the stack marker wasn't right? Like, people weren't stacked properly. Most of the deaths, from what I could see, was something like that. So there was not very much you could do. So when you say skill usage, I didn't focus that much on your cooldowns. At level 70, Paladin doesn't have that much to work with. Like, the general idea is, let me just symbol rotation planner side here. Whoop. At level 70, Paladin doesn't have that much to work with, because what you're going to do is, like, you're just going to go 1, 2, 3 combo, right? And then 1, 2. Like, optimally, this is what you can prepare. And then, you know, fight or flight, Goring Blade, those, Holy Spirit, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit, and then it's just 1, 2, 3 Holy Spirit. That's all you have. There was a limit break right at the end, yes. So there's a pretty low amount of stuff you can do, and I think that you did the right. Like, the thing is, you don't want to do all of this, like 5 steps. Right, sorry, Requiescent. I sort of forgot to mention it. It should be here, right? Fight or flight, Requiescent, like this. The order is important, because Requiescent will do more damage because fight or flight is up. So you do this. But in the opener, as far as I saw, you did Fast Blade into, like, immediately into burst. That also makes sense. So what I'm saying is, you can only prep this, and the thing is, Paladin doesn't gain enough from, like, making sure they've prepped perfectly before their burst. So if you're not at this point where you have Divine Might ready, and you don't have Royal Authority ready as your next GCD, but Fight or Flight is ready, you still use Fight or Flight Requiescent. Like, you will still do that. Paladin is more like a priority rotation, so as long as you used Fight or Flight and Requiescent as much as you could, and used Goring Blade as much as you could, and used Spirits Within and Circle of Scorn as much as you could, and spent your Divine Might stacks on Holy Spirit, there's not much you could do there. Like, the key thing with Paladin is that their toolkit is, it takes a while to take flight, right? Ironically, Fight or Flight. So there isn't that much to say there. I didn't focus that much on that. I kind of just assumed that you had that in the bag. You seem to have a pretty good general understanding of job rotations, so I sort of just assumed that was okay, so I focused more on the defensive side of things. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, the clear things, the key things that you mainly could have done was, like, off-tank stuff. And you said yourself you didn't actually know for sure what intervention even did as you went in. Hey Sandu, hope you're doing well. And yeah, there was... Did I close the tab? Nope. There was a... That's not what I wanted. There's a limit break here. That could probably have been used earlier if she got killed by it. Like here, if there's space for it, like if there's an opportunity for it, the limit break could have been used here. But yeah, there was one, Chelsea. Maybe tank LB. I mean, I suppose you could have used tank LB for something, but I think that would be a waste. Even if the DPS LB was used this late. That would have been enough to keep the stack from killing. I mean, when the stack happened, they only had LB2. How much is LB2? Does it say in game? Nope. Mm, 40%. It could have been enough. It might have been enough. But I think the problem there is that, as I said before, that ultimately the mistake was that the two players were out of position, and so got killed by the stack marker. And if you're planning for that, then like you can't cover everything. LB3 would have been enough, yeah. Definitely. But that came online way later. But yeah, if someone is out of position and they die from it, sure, in retrospect, we could probably have done something about it. But I don't want to say that Cole made a mistake by not doing that. In fact, I think that taking that risk would have been bad. Chelsea says preventing multiple deaths is worth more than a DPS LB. I'm pretty sure that you can't see who's being targeted by that stack marker. So in that moment, if the stack marker hits one of the 6 players who were in the correct position, and Cole used LB, then Cole would have been the bad guy for wasting LB. There would have been well, I'm guessing that whoever gets targeted by the stack marker is completely random, but it might have been only DPS that get targeted by it. Even so, even if it's just a DPS that gets targeted by it, it would be a 50% chance that the LB was worth using. So I don't know if I would have recommended doing that, but you're right. If you knew it beforehand that those 2 players were going to die, then it would have been a net gain, because 2 weakness debuffs and also having to raise 2 players is a lot more valuable than avoiding that would be more valuable than even an LB3. You would with your experience. You've just reached the conclusion that the game's going to screw me over every time. It's probably going to choose the 2 people out of position. It's probably going to do that. DPS or free mitigation. Yeah, I just wanted to like catch up on that again before that Lucian asked about why don't you do current extremes or savages. And Viek also asked about it. I have done a prog stream on Golbez Extreme. I've done a few of them. But I'm just more interested in learning these aspects of the game. The logic that, like, you can use all this knowledge you've accumulated to beat this harder content is true, but this knowledge is mainly helpful. Like, knowledge of understanding and beating a specific extreme or a savage is mainly helpful in that moment, where I think it's more fun to like learn features and mechanics that can be used universally, if that makes sense. It's not to say that it's not worth doing. It's just that, like, I do, like, you know, my weekly stuff. I do the streams that I do, and I explore these different weird things in Final Fantasy XIV. I make the videos, as you see. And that means that I might be spending, you know, 30, 40 hours on Final Fantasy XIV stuff every week. So I might be less motivated to go, all right, now that I'm done with all this other stuff, time to get to the good bit, and then, you know, do an extreme, if I also want to play other games or do other things. So, like, that's part of it, is that I just don't spend that much of the time I spent in Final Fantasy XIV in a week in Extremes or Savage. That's part of the reason. And I'm just less motivated by clearing content and more motivated by playing with friends. Guild says all of the Endwalker extremes are really underwhelming to me. None of them have taken more than half a lockout to kill for me. That's impressive. It's very nice. And that's true, Chelsea. I'm not saying that it wasn't a useful tip. It was just, as you said, it's kind of niche. And it might have been complicated, specifically because it could have been distracting, which I think is a really weird way to look at it. Suddenly the tank wastes the limit break. It turns out it saves 2 players. I don't know if it would have been great in that particular group, but I could imagine that some players would suddenly be more caught up in the fact that someone wasted LB than whether it was actually a good decision or not. Did someone say blades? Exactly. Fear my rhyme-kissed blades. And yeah, that's also true, Sip. Suddenly, real life got in the way, and then we couldn't round up the people for more Golbez prog. And then Golbez Extreme was no longer relevant. So what was the point at the end of the day? I'm of course joking with that, but that is part of it, right? With that said, Merfolk is not here. Let me just hear that one from Cole. Merfolk is not here. I don't see Yisu here. Let me just clear up the ones I don't see. That was also Sanyan Blaine. This one, I feel like we'll do this one. Viek posted this one previously in 08S solo. And Viek is here as well. I know Sharo's probably also still here. But I would have to get back to that one later. It's Sharo's prog on Uwu. Maybe we can do both. We'll have to see. Are there any particular high points in this clip, Viek, that we should watch for? Because otherwise it's 17 minutes. That's fair, Luthien. I just enjoy playing around with the mechanics of the game, and I can do that just fine in more casual content. But yeah, sorry if it sounded like I was angry at you for asking it. The main reason why I have this like a bit sudden response to it is that usually, like, it's not the first time I've been asked this, and sometimes people ask this with the perspective of not, well, you seem to know what you're doing, so why are you not doing extremes? It's more common that I actually get the, well, you clearly don't know what you're doing because you haven't done extremes or whatever. Even though the video shows what I'm meaning to say, right? So that's why it might feel like I get a bit defensive about it, but it's fine. Like, I'm fine with with that perspective. That why are you not doing extremes or savage? I realize that it looks kind of weird. I've also had people say, you don't have any logs on anything, so therefore you bad. Forgetting the part that I don't use mods. So the only way I could have a log on anything is if someone else logged me and posted the log publicly, so that they could see it. Because you can just have logs be private, so other people can't see them. So like that's the thing, is that I have the ability to do extreme and savage content, and simply decided that I have more fun with more casual approach to it. Like, as I said, like I mentioned, I talked a little bit about this on Discord earlier. I come from a background of being a somewhat hardcore raider in World of Warcraft, raiding every week. So when I got into Final Fantasy XIV, I was so averse, like, I don't want to do that again, that in Stormblood, I didn't do any of the normal raids. I didn't do any of the Alliance raids, because I didn't even want to start on it. Like, I didn't even want to get into that. I just wanted to casually play an MMO. And then, incidentally, I've gotten pretty good at it. I'm pretty knowledgeable at it. Your brain is like a personal Wikipedia in Final Fantasy XIV. You know, it would be handy if I had, like, internal brain UI elements appearing with timers on bosses. That would be pretty handy. But yeah, I don't use mods, which also makes progging a little harder than if I were to use mods. Wafer says, P9S was my first Savage raid. I tried to join a group and they said, go clear Proto Carbuncle. I ignored their advice and just progged with my friend. I hate log checking. It doesn't reflect skill. And you know what, Wafers? Who, like, genuinely just asking out into the classroom here. Who would ask you to clear P5S when P9S exists as a proof of your skill? Would that make sense? I just can't see how it would make sense. Like, you wouldn't be able to find any group for P5S that would genuinely be trying to proc on that when P9S is right there. And you're overgearing P5S, which means that when you finally beat it, people would just be like, why did you proc on P5S when P9S exists? Like, that's just weird. And exactly as Chelsea says, there can be many reasons why you have a bad pass or a gray pass or whatever you want to call it. And I do agree also, as Cole says, Ziv analysis can be really useful. Devour was a hard mechanic to learn. Yeah, it was. I know, because I procced that fight on stream. Devour is difficult, but the instant that the next raid tier comes out, being a master of Devour loses some value. Which is, of course, a little bit weird, but it's true. Like, that's the thing, is that, as I was saying before, we were proccing Golbez Extreme, then Zeromus Extreme came out, and now there was no reason for us to ever, like aside from mount farming, there was no reason for us to proc Golbez Extreme. In fact, there's the argument that some people also make that Zeromus was dead on arrival content because the weapons weren't good if you had been savage raiding. Which is true, but the target audience was not people that had done P12S, right? Is there anything that stands out in the phase 1? I feel like there might not be. Yeah, another key problem with saying, oh, you don't have any logs, is that if it's a player that plays on console, then you can't log yourself. You would just be at the mercy of joining someone who is logging. You wouldn't be able to do anything. So it's generally not a good idea for people to rely on checking your logs to decide whether you can join their group. Yeah, I get what you mean, Lucian. I absolutely do. And I can see how it would be like, why wouldn't you want to savage raid? Like, if you have the skill, why wouldn't you? Which I get. Absolutely. Might look really absurd. But I do enjoy just like I've said this one might be really weird, but an example I've given before is, if you think it's really annoying that as a healer you don't get to use your healing, you're basically a green DPS, an incredible way to actually get to use your healing toolkit is if your group is bad in casual content. That is one of the most effective ways to be allowed to use your healing toolkit. I'm just going to pause there because I'm assuming this is when it starts getting interesting. That's a really interesting way to get to use your toolkit, in a fun way. And it's the same with a DPS or a tank, that In extremes or savage, there's a much higher chance that when things really hit the fan, it might just be easier to wipe it. As far as I understand, in more recent extremes and savage, the enrage timer is a lot more lenient, so you can go above and beyond and recover, which is an improvement in my opinion. But a lot more hardcore players say that it's a bad thing, that it has become too easy. But if you have the space to fail in an attempt and then recover, it gives people a lot more space to like be the hero, if that makes sense. At least to me, which is not something that happens often, but that is like some of the stuff that makes me think that it is fun to do casual content. Like, I made a video about mentor roulette a while back, and I went through dungeons with tanks that had no idea how to mitigate, and it was a miracle they discovered how to AoE, right? And that made it more challenging for me, because I had to go above and beyond as a healer. We first tried Shiva Extreme with what appeared to be 5 out of 8 players having no idea how to not die to the arrows from Glass Dance. And that's really fun for me. Presumably I would also enjoy Extremes and Savage. It's just way easier for me to just queue for something and then go in immediately. But I will take the words to heart that it is really confusing that I don't do it. I have considered going into Extremes and Savage. Sometimes I just also consider whether it's a little late to join, but I'm sure there's plenty of groups over on Light. That's a callback to the start of the stream. Also, hey Kiki, hope you're doing well. So, presumably Heartless Angel indeed would be scary. Is this necessary? Is it necessary? Oh wait, it might be necessary. Does Heartless Angel do your max HP -1? Ah, hallowed ground. That's a good idea. That would be the way to deal with that. Oh, right. Never mind. I ignored a more important aspect. The incurable from Heartless Angel the second time around is much longer if you weren't at full HP when it was applied. That's true. You did mention that, Birk. You did mention that. And then he goes, want to see me do it again? And this time he used barriers to survive it. Nice. And now, as long as you're healthy enough, it should be fine. Probably. If I recall correctly, your average 08S group unsynced has killed the boss by now. Like, a while ago, in fact. Like, right around when the triangle stuff happens is when you'd expect to get the clear, I'm pretty sure. If not sooner in a full 8-man now. I believe the triangles would be... I can't remember if that was late Shadowbringers or early Endwalker. Yeah, he dies before towers. Well, that makes sense. I remember having to deal with the triangles when farming this unsynced in Shadowbringers. That's a lot of damage down, Stacks. You And also that did a lot of damage. That is a pretty funny detail. Something that I wanted to mention. Nice. Is back when I was doing this in Shadowbringers, I also went back to do it again in Endwalker, but not in a full group. We didn't have enough people for that. It never occurred to us that the incurable debuff thing happens as a result, like it happens to be longer as a result of not being topped up, because we just went in like semi-blind, like I will figure it out, which meant that every time I'd gone, it was like, well, the tank gets like a 4-second debuff because we topped them up real quick, and then everyone else gets a 12-second debuff. I wonder why. And it never came up that, oh, maybe it's because we're not topped up. So I think it's very funny to discover this later down the line. That's the reason. And that also is a little bit about how you observe a mechanic. 9 damage downs. It's a good thing that they don't last any longer. A good thing they don't last any longer than that. Otherwise, this would be a you would probably be up at like 30 damage down stacks. It is interesting that it seems like he mainly gives damage down stacks, because I feel like it was an Endwalker thing that that bosses were going to give damage down instead of vulnerability stacks. Like that was something that people started talking about in Endwalker and not Stormblood. So it's just a little funny to me that Kefka is like that. Also, nice patience there at the end. Like, I could imagine a lot of players at this point would be like tunnel visioning, like just going full blast on Kefka specifically, but just full stop DPS on Kefka to make sure you don't die to the stupid knockback, while Kefka is like 2 or 3 hits away. Like, maybe he would die in time if you just turned and spammed Holy Spirit from the safe spot, who knows. So, nice, nice patience. Promise has damage downs. There you go. Maybe it's like it will used to be a final boss thing then, and then it became it was something people started discussing because it started being a every boss thing, or what? That's what I've been told. That damage down became more and more common. It makes sense. Yeah, that was nice. It seems like the main thing is the triple Heartless Angel. And that seems like the main problem here. The tier in general. Interesting. Maybe the reason why people started discussing it was because a raid tier doing it is like a quirk, a niche, but when it's back to back even, or it comes up again and again, then it starts to be a tendency. Yeah, it seems like it's the Heartless Angel thing that really makes it hard. I have a feeling, because the thing is, when Viek did this, I believe BSR came back the next, like, days after, was like, oh yeah, I did when Viek did 04S. So, what's his face? Can't remember the name. A few days later, BSR came back, was like, oh yeah, I did it with Dark Knight, where Viek did it with Paladin. Yeah, X-Death. Thank you. I have a feeling that this would be a lot harder with a Dark Knight, if possible, because healing yourself fully twice in quick succession is going to be incredibly difficult, if at all possible, for a Dark Knight. So I don't know if this is something that a Dark Knight could do over. I'm actually curious, like I imagine that a warrior could do it, but the sheer amount of clemency casts you had to do makes me think that even a warrior might have trouble with this. Like to do it back to back. Because you had to cast clemency multiple times, where a warrior gets like, if they use bloodwetting and equilibrium twice, well, once really each, that's like 4 clemencies combined, something like that, in potency. But they don't get to use equilibrium for both of them, I don't think. But then again, you would have a barrier for everyone, because you could just use bloodwetting and you could just shake it off. And you could use Holmgang for one as well. So you might be able to just power through with warrior. Who knows? I guess Gunbreaker would be the really interesting one after Paladin, because Gunbreaker is like a little less on the burst healing, let's say. But yeah, nice job. Warrior wouldn't need to heal full, probably. Yeah, I guess. If the barrier could hold from bloodwetting, then they absolutely wouldn't. Because the barrier from bloodwetting lasts like 20 seconds. Right, so grand finale will be Sharo has been doing an ultimate prog, and has been doing some editing on it, I see. So we'll look through that. I haven't done myself. It will. So it will be interesting. I did just glance through it. I hope Sharo's still here. But I did glance through it because I understood that Sharo had done some editing. I wanted to make sure I checked that there wasn't like music that I had to avoid or something. But there wasn't, as far as I could understand. So it's fine. This better be an edit then. Yeah, that sounds about right. Is Ifrit your nemesis?
Wait a minute.
Halfway through you hear Rickroll. Wow. I mean, if I hear music or something that I don't think I can show on stream, I'll just mute. Like, I'll just mute the video. That is ultimately the reason why I check these things, so that I know what I can or can't. Yeah, that is fine. I don't see the problem. You survived with invuln, with res invuln. It was edited by Hoshi. I see. That is quite interesting, Cole. I'm not sure which mechanic you were commenting on, but I'm guessing it was the AoE near the start. But But that is interesting that different regions have so different strategies. There's also the possibility that that this isn't the general EU standard, and it's just this group that decided to do that. Healers be like, oh man, I can't wait to heal everyone fully again. If only the boss would allow me to heal everyone fully one more time. Oh look, an excellent opportunity to heal everyone fully one more time. Eventually, it seems. Yeah, that makes sense, Joel. That explains that. I can see how some groups, or even just EU, might just choose to go, it's easier to just have the main tank stand still and then have the off tank in, like, take the buster. If the healers are going to have to AoE heal anyway, right? Oh, someone didn't run fast enough. Oh boy, I can't wait to have to heal everyone fully again. Oh, true, Adios. That's not. It's not an it's not an ultimate. It's a fatal. It's a fatal. Oh boy, better heal everyone up again. Oh man, is it time? Yes, it's time to heal everyone fully again. Oh, someone got sniped. Let me just see that again. Not really sniped, I guess. What happened there? What? So red. What is happening? Let me just see. Oh, I thought they were the same person. I was like, didn't he run that way? How's he get there? Just Kagebunshin time. Just split. Oh. Looks like a wipe up. You can see a few people that have intentionally ran into the wall to die, I think. Right, you were looking for new mechanics. That's fair. It is difficult with that, because on the one hand, if some people have already decided to like wipe up, they might find it incredibly annoying that you're not doing that. But then again, if it helps you to look a little bit ahead, then it makes sense to do that. And the group overall, well, the group overall benefits from you learning that little bit extra. Chelsea says, is it blind or are you looking at guides, Shero? Only wall in prog if you're going to wipe before your prog point. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I feel like a lot of the time there's probably also a case of people just saying wipe. Like asking to clear it up. I would assume. Carol said, Kotang and I aren't guides, but the rest I don't know. If you had a specific tactic, there's a reasonable chance everyone at least knew that much. Because otherwise they wouldn't possibly be able to know these things without having seen them happen. But I suppose there's the possibility that they're just really good at winging it. But yeah, I feel like that went pretty well. Melee DPS has like 3 mechanics in the entire fight. Well then. And that the reason why I kept pointing out the thing with having to heal up the entire group is more so that I started to notice that there was a little bit of a pattern. It's not that it's any surprise to me. It's like a way to include the healers in a mechanic, right? It's a little bit like, I've talked about this a while back, but there was this, I believe it was one of the encounter designers in World of Warcraft that said that a tank isn't having fun if they're not tanking something. And in that time period, nearly every single boss either had a debuff that meant that there was a tank switch mechanic of some sort on nearly every single boss ever, and the tank switch mechanic was often a dot of some kind, so that you still had to make sure you were being healed and like keeping yourself alive and using defensive cooldowns and stuff while dealing with it. And the reason for that is because in World of Warcraft, by that point, they had gotten rid of dot snapshotting. That is not a thing in WoW. Unless a specific ability says otherwise. I believe feral druids have dot snapshotting in some capacity. They have specific actions, specific buffs that say that they snapshot. They don't use the word snapshot, but they explain that they last the entire effect of a dot or something. But that means that you could use defensive cooldowns. That is using defensive cooldowns while you have a dot would work, whereas it wouldn't in Final Fantasy XIV. But like you would see fights that were either like that, there was always tank switch mechanics, and often they were dots. There was also the possibility that you had to alternate, like that you had 2 bosses and you had to swap regularly. And the thing is, if that's the philosophy that the tank, like that both tanks have to always be tanking to have fun, that can become limiting in design space, right? Like if you have to always make sure both tanks are tanking, then it means that every fight either has to have a boss that has 2 heads hitting both tanks, or it has some specific type of mechanic that makes sure that both tanks are always engaged, or there has to be multiple bosses in every fight. And multiple bosses is like a little bit of a specific thing. So that like really stands out if you repeatedly have that. I mean, Zach, a lot of bosses in like Cataclysm or Mists of Pandaria or Legion had tank switch mechanics as well. Nax also had it, I'm sure. Cleave auto attacks and cleave busters, yeah. That's also a way to do it, cool. Exactly. The reason why I'm getting to this when I originally started at healers is that using a big raid wide on the regs is also a way to engage the healers. That is a thing they can do, right? That is something they can do and deal with. Giving the tank like a nasty dot that the healers have to help deal with is also something to keep the healers engaged. But I believe, if I remember correctly, wasn't that something they did a little bit too much in the second raid of Endwalker? That there were a lot of dots, like a lot of dots, to make sure there was healing to be done. So it ultimately ended up being a little too much. I believe that was the story. That people didn't like it because there was too much healing to be done. And yeah, Shadow, that is a fair point. Just because you could like read up every single little bit of a fight from start to finish, and then when you've like think you've understood everything, then when you finally get into the encounter, there's a reasonable chance that the parts you haven't practiced just don't stick that well. But yeah, puzzles? What? I think I remember something like that. Oh, yes! Yes, I remember years ago, back when people were proccing, were like, when it was popular to do Delubrum Regine Savage, there was this mechanic with the chessboard where you just had to know what to do. So there was this specific little puzzle thing, like a little tool that someone made so you could practice it. That was pretty funny. But yeah, you can always try and look ahead. There's nothing wrong with, watching a guide in full, even though you haven't gotten to that part yet. But watching guides, reading guides, will never fully be able to will never fully be able to replace actually being there and doing the fight. Like, it will never fully be able to replace that. So even if you have spent hours poring over all the data, the moment you step into the dungeon or the raid, the ultimate, I suppose, that is when you learn the most. Because then you're there yourself. There will be things that you will realize are important that you didn't even know was important until you're there. Wormhole is basically a second limit cut, like 10 or so minutes into the Epic of Alexander in NA Party Finder. There is not wormhole proc parties. You're expected to proc it in the Unity sim someone made. that is a little funny. That is a little bit funny. It's just like someone makes a proc group for that. Someone just joins the group and like, what are you doing? Just go to the website. Ugh. It reminds me of, I can't remember. It looked like it was like a little. I think it was like like a demo game where someone made. I can't remember what it was called, but someone had like put together like a little demo game that basically combined some of the hardest bosses from, at the time, the current raid tier in World of Warcraft, and they put you in the shoes of quote unquote a DPS, a melee DPS, I believe, in fact. So, but you just had to stand at the right spot or something like that. So all of the mechanics happened correctly, and you had to do the mechanic correctly, and you had to respond to how your party your raid positioned correctly. But ultimately, your rotation was abstracted out. I think this is funny because if someone pushed this to the limit, you could have this kind of tool where you could practice basically from start to finish of an extreme or a savage fight on your own. And then when you get into the game for real, the only thing you have to add is doing your rotation on top. I wonder how that would affect, like, for example, the Savage raid scene. If every single raid tier there's like a tool like this to practice every single mechanic, would people then expect you to come prepared with that? Actually, I am almost confident I know what would happen. What would happen is that this program would assume a specific tactic, and people would get mad that it isn't teaching the correct tactic or something like that. Because I have heard people complain about that before. Gaiman says, I thought a tool like that already existed for Final Fantasy XIV. I don't think there's a straight up tool to practice all of the mechanics of every single boss fight in a raid tier. Trevor says, I would argue this, yes, because I've seen people get mad at first timers in normal content for not knowing the fight, arguing, you should have watched a guide. Really? It's not surprising to me that there are people that do that, but I would assume they're so rare in normal content specifically that I can't imagine it being the norm. Orkney says there is a website for some. I see. I don't know. Yeah, that could explain it, Traverse. That does look quite weird. Is it this? It looks very strange. Also, more importantly, I just wanted to highlight something that me who else made earlier when we were talking about Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters. This is incredible! This is absolutely incredible. I also like that that the Watcher gets to have a hat and a beard as well. Oh, I will pin it in the Discord. Of course I will. I was actually told like hours ago by Aradel that this was posted like in a private message in game. But I was, you know, busy doing this, and then Cole was like, if you look at the memes, and then I scrolled past it. Yeah, I pretty much always do that. Me who else always makes absolutely amazing art of the jokes and memes on the channel. This is great. Well, thank you. Whoops. Thank you, me who else, for that. Really appreciate it. This looks very weird though. Very weird. And then not too surprising. With that said, I think we will have to take the rest. Well, let's see. There's only an additional Viek run, solo attempt run of the people that are here, as far as I can see. So we didn't miss too much. Just how it works. Yeah, I had to actually start the video. Just a moment. There we go. Sorry. Wow. The weirdest part about it is that the simulator itself looks very high effort, and then the actual objects that you're dealing with just looks like someone went perfect and just went with it. I'm not saying that's bad, it's just really funny. Jaro says, we EU don't have anything like Balmung, or at least I don't know any world that is similar. It's complicated. According to some people, Louisoix is supposedly the EU Balmung. But I've been here for over 6 years, and doesn't look like it to me. So I'm not sure how anyone came to believe that this is EU Balmung. As I said earlier in the stream, I think the reason why some people say that Louisoix is EU Balmung is more so because they're trying to make it a thing that we have an EU Balmung. And they think it's funny if it would be Louisoix. I have heard I think I heard someone say I think it was Cerberus, but I'm pretty sure Cerberus is just one of the bigger servers, which just means there's more possibility for weirdos. Do you regularly visit the quicksands at night? I don't. But whenever I visit the quicksands, there is not really much anything happening as far as I know. Are you sure you're not just adjusted to the weirdness? I don't know. I don't know. How would I know that? When I suggested that maybe there isn't an EU Balmung and we're just trying to make it happen, there were people agreeing in the chat that maybe it's just that every EU server is EU Balmung and we're just absolutely insane on every server. Does your party finder have regulars? My server actually has nothing, Ajibuster. I'll have you know, actually nothing. So take that. Yeah, I know, right, Cole? That is, this isn't chaos. This is Louisoix. This is chaos. This is Louisoix. Actually, I don't know for sure if world is actually specifically Louisoix. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this... Yeah, this is actually Louisoix, so I'm just misunderstanding that. It would be hilarious if that was actually how it worked. This is Louisoix. There's someone who's offering to abide you for Gil. Any takers? No. There's some giveaways. There's some clubs. How much they... I don't know. They said we'll bite someone for Gil. How much... They don't say. You'd have to ask them. It's talking dog. Weird. Yeah, of course there's clubs. I sort of assume that that's something that is a thing on every data center. Enjoy your day, Chelsea. But yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't know if there is an EU Balmung. There doesn't need to be one. But there could be one. I just don't think there really is one. Mikako says Omega on Chaos is pretty decent RP-wise too. Now, that's good. But is Balmung known for RP, or is it more known for that additional E at the front? Is what I'm wondering, because that's typically what it's about when people say that something is like Balmung. It's like saying that a realm in World of Warcraft is like Moonguard. I'm actually mildly bummed out that world doesn't actually indicate that it's your server, which I discovered by one of the groups posted being from Louisoix. 11 of them. Yikes. Well, I'm not sure how many of these are that. And I don't know if I want to know. I'm guessing this is that. I never go to those. Is Omega... Where's Omega? It is also on Chaos, right? Sorry, you mentioned that. What's stopping you now? I'm not looking at the camera when you say that. I have not been to one of those clubs. I haven't. I have been to a place like an RP house, but that was literally an FC that RP'd a university. So I don't think that counts as a nightclub. Right. With that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful people that you see in the stream chat now, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you will find most of these people, I hope. And you'll also find me. You'll also find the clip review room where you can post your clips for us to look at on these streams. You'll also find the the schedule where you can see what else is happening this week. And you will also find the announcement room where I post a link whenever there's a new video, a new stream, whatever it is, it shows up there first. So if you feel like you're having a hard time keeping track of when there is a stream, that would be a good place to go. You will also find the role assignments room, and there you can grab the reminder role, and if you do, you get notifications whenever I post a video, a stream, a new schedule, so that you can keep track of that. You will also get an additional extra notification around 15 minutes before the stream starts, or anything other time sensitive, so that you don't miss a second. With that said, what's coming tomorrow is a test your claims, where among other things we're taking a little dive into Meteor Drive on monks in PvP, which appears to work weird, to say the least. And then, of course, Saturday we have Small Kai side quest, where we'll be leveling Dark Knight some more. I also have something, we might be doing something on Sunday, but that will actually be earlier in the day. But that will show up when I'm sure we're doing it. With that said, if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here in the YouTube system, because that tells YouTube that you enjoyed this particular stream very much and you would like other people to see it as well. So that helps me very much. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything that I have. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.